In the next 5 hours, you will learn all the English grammar concepts you need to advance from the A1 beginner level to the C2 advanced level. You will also expand your vocabulary with the words, phrases, and expressions you need to reach the C2 advanced level. Welcome back to JForrest English. Of course, I'm Jennifer. Now let's get started. First, let's review the 3 most common verbs in English, the ones you will use every day. Be, do, and have. We'll start with be. First, in this masterclass, let's review the verb to be. The verb to be can of course be used as the main verb in a sentence. Now, don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in our free lesson PDF, and at the end of this lesson, I'm going to quiz you, so make sure you watch until the end. The verb to be is the main verb. As the main verb, let's review it in the present simple. Now, it has irregular conjugations. I know you're thinking, Jennifer, I know this, but I correct these mistakes with my most advanced students, so pay attention. The conjugations are I am, you, we, they, are, he, she, it, is. I am happy. So we use the verb to be for states and emotions. What about you? I am, right now I am, fill in the adjective, hopefully it's a positive one, and put it in the comments. I am what? Put it in the comments. Practice that verb to be. You are my friend. He is a happy person. She is a doctor. It is raining. We are students. They are tired. Native speakers use the verb to be in the contracted form. You should use it too to sound more natural, especially in spoken English. I'm happy. You're my friend. He's a doctor. She's a doctor. It's raining. We're students. Notice that pronunciation. We're students. They're tired. As the main verb in the past simple, it also has irregular conjugations. The subjects I, he, she, it use was. You, we, they use were. I was there yesterday. He was a great leader. She was at the party. It was a beautiful day. You were late. We were happy. They were in the garden. Let's look at the future simple. The structure is subject, will, be. Now in this case, will is the auxiliary verb and be is the main verb. But the conjugations don't change, so this is a very easy verb tense. I will be there tomorrow. You will be surprised. He will be ready on time. She will be at work. It will be sunny. We will be waiting. They will be happy. Now let's look at the verb to be as the auxiliary verb in the present continuous. I'm reading a book. He's watching TV. They're being helpful. The structure here is subject, and then you need the verb to be in the present simple. So you have those 3 options depending on the subject. Am, is, and are. And then you need your verb in ing, which is the present participle. Let's review all the conjugation options for the verb to be. In the infinitive, of course, to be. The base verb, be, you get rid of to. Present simple, am, is, are. Past simple, was, were. Present participle, being. Past participle, been. And notice that pronunciation. In American English, it's been. Let's review that last example. They're being helpful. This is the present continuous. So we have our verb to be in the present simple as the auxiliary verb conjugated with the subject, they are, and then we have the present participle. So we have our verb be in the ing form, which is being. They're being helpful. The verb to be is the auxiliary verb in the past continuous. He was watching TV. They were studying for the exam. The structure here is subject, was, were, conjugated with the subject, plus the present participle, your verb in ing. Let's review the future continuous. She will be sleeping at that time. They will be working on the project. This one's easy because you already know how to conjugate the future simple. So you take that, subject, will, be, and then you add on the present participle, your verb in ing. Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. Let's review the verb been, which is the past participle. And remember that pronunciation. Repeat after me, been, been. This is used in the present perfect tense when be is the main verb. For example, he has been to Paris. They have been friends for years. The structure here is subject, have or has conjugated with the subject, and then the past participle with the verb to be is been. The past perfect tense also uses been when the verb to be is the main verb. She had been in line for hours. So here the structure is subject, had, and then your past participle. So for the verb to be, that's been. The verb to be is also used in the passive voice. Now for the passive voice, this is when the focus is on the recipient rather than the subject of the action. She ate the cake. Is this the passive or the active? This is the active because the subject, she, is doing the action. She ate the cake. Now I want you to change this to the present passive voice. Can you do that? How would you start? She ate the cake. So we take the object, the cake, we use the verb to be, is eaten. The cake is eaten, and then you can include by whom, by her, but that's optional. So you already know your conjugations for the verb to be in the present simple, so of course you need to change them based on the subject. She ate the cake. What's that in the past passive? The cake was eaten because the cake is conjugated as it. It was eaten by her. How about the present perfect passive voice? Can you get this one? The cake has been eaten. And the past perfect? The cake had been eaten. And how about the future passive? The cake will be eaten by her. You should know how to use the present passive and the past passive because they are the most common. So focus on those two. The verb to be is also used in the subjunctive, and native speakers use this specifically in hypothetical, unreal situations. What do you think about this sentence? If I were you, I'd apologize. What do you think? Does it sound strange, unusual? I were, isn't it? I was busy yesterday. In the subjunctive, it always uses were. If I were you, if she were you. All subjects use were. But native speakers don't always follow this rule, and it's very common to hear a native speaker say, if I was you, I'd quit. So don't be surprised, but on a grammar exam, your IELTS, you should definitely say, if I were you, because that is the correct grammatical rule. Now you know all all the conjugations you need to know, but remember the verb to be is also used in many expressions and idioms. So I'm going to teach you some common ones, but we're going to do this as a quiz at the same time. To be on cloud nine. This means to be extremely happy or elated. She on cloud nine when she passed her IELTS. Now, how can you complete this sentence in the past simple? She on cloud nine. Put it in the comments. She was on cloud nine. Did you get it? To be in hot water. This means that you're in trouble. They have in hot water lately. Complete the sentence with the present perfect. Do you know what this is? They have, put it in the comments, they have been in hot water lately. Did you get that correct pronunciation? Been. To be in the same boat. This is in the same situation or circumstance as someone else. We in the same boat. Easy, right? Present simple. What's the answer? Put it in the comments. We are in the same boat. This is easy for you. To be on the ball. This means to be alert, competent, well prepared. If he had on the ball, he wouldn't have lost the client. Oh, third conditional. How can you complete the sentence? Put it in the comments. If he had been on the ball. To be under the weather. This means to be sick or unwell. Thankfully, I under the weather last week. Complete the sentence with the past simple negative. Past simple negative. Thankfully, I, put in the comments, thankfully I wasn't under the weather last week. Notice I used that contraction, was not, wasn't. To be out of the woods. This is when you have successfully overcome a difficult situation. We out of the woods yet, doctor? Complete this with a question in the present simple. We out of the woods yet? What's the answer? Are we out of the woods yet? Easy, right? To be a piece of cake. This means to be very easy. This lesson, a piece of cake. This is a question in the past simple. This lesson, a piece of cake. Was this lesson a piece of cake? Now to answer, you can say, yes, it was, or no, it wasn't. So what do you think? Put your answer in the comments. Yes, it was. No, it wasn't. Our last question. How are you doing so far? To be in good company. This is when you're surrounded by people you admire. So in this community, we're in good company. Now, your test question. In good company is a great way to cheer up. You need to complete this with a gerund statement. In good company is a great way to cheer up. What's the answer? As the gerund, it's the verb ing, being. Being in good company is a great way to cheer up. So how did you do with that quiz? Share your score in the comments. Amazing job. Now let's keep going and review the verb to do. First, let's review the conjugations. Don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description and pay close attention because I'm going to quiz you throughout this whole lesson. So the conjugations are irregular. The infinitive is to do. The base verb, do. The present simple is do or does, conjugated with the subject. The past simple is did. The present participle, doing. And the past participle, done. First, let's review the verb to do as the main verb. It's the main verb in the present simple, which is used for routine actions, activities, and tasks. As a bonus tip, you can use an adverb of frequency because this is the present simple. For example, I do the dishes every day. Every day is the adverb of frequency. In English, the verb do is used with many common activities, but there are also other activities that commonly use the verbs go or make. Some common activities that you do are the dishes, chores, homework, laundry, taxes, your makeup, hair. You do cooking, you do shopping, do yoga, Pilates, exercises, stretches, and you can do puzzles. Those are some common activities that you do, so why don't you try? I do every day. Choose one activity and put it in the comments. I do every day. Put it in the comments. You often do yoga. So here the adverb of frequency is often. He or she sometimes does puzzles. They rarely do exercises. We never do chores. Now, never means 0 times per week. So you could also say, we do not do chores. That's the negative. And to form that contraction, we don't do chores. And that will help you sound more natural. We don't do chores. Wouldn't that be nice to say? We don't do chores. So notice all subjects use do except he, she, it uses does. Now let's review the present continuous. This is for actions taking place now and planned future actions. So here are all those examples in the present simple. Let's change them to the present continuous. I do the dishes every day in the present continuous. I'm doing the dishes right now. You can add that keyword to say is taking place right now. You often do yoga. What would this be in the present continuous? Maybe you're doing yoga next week, a planned future action. She sometimes does puzzles in the present continuous. He is currently doing a puzzle. Currently is another keyword for the present continuous. They rarely do exercises in the present continuous. They're not doing exercises now. The negative here, they're not. So notice for the negative, you just add not. We never do chores in the present continuous. We aren't doing chores tomorrow. Planned future action in the negative. In this case, the negative is in a contraction. Let's look at the past simple for past actions. The structure is subject plus did. It's did for all verbs. In the negative, it's did not do. And then as a contraction, didn't do. Didn't do. So here are the present continuous examples. Let's turn them into the past simple. Instead of I'm doing the dishes right now, I did the dishes yesterday. Instead of you're doing yoga next week, you did yoga last week. He's currently doing a puzzle in the past simple. She did a puzzle recently. They're not doing exercises now. In the past simple, they didn't do exercises today. Today you can use as a past simple reference if today is finished. So maybe I say this at 9:00 p.m. They didn't do exercises today. And notice that contraction, didn't do. They didn't do. We aren't doing chores tomorrow in the past simple. We didn't do chores this morning. And again, this morning is in the past if right now it's 5:00 p.m. Let's look at the present perfect, which can be used for a completed past action that has a present consequence. The structure is subject plus have or has. So the verb have is the auxiliary verb, plus not if you're making it negative, and then you need your past participle. So if the verb to be is the main verb, it would be done. So here are the past simple examples. Let's change them to the present perfect. I know you can do this. I did the dishes yesterday becomes I have done the dishes. And now you need a keyword for the present perfect. We can use already. You did yoga last week becomes you've done, you've done yoga recently. He did a puzzle recently becomes he's done a puzzle recently. You can keep the keyword recently. They didn't do exercises today. They haven't done, so the negative have not contraction. They haven't done exercises today yet. You can add yet as a keyword for the present perfect. We didn't do chores this morning becomes we haven't done chores, and you can leave it there, or you could say yet. Now let's review when the verb to do is used as the auxiliary verb. This is done to form yes/no questions, which of course you're very familiar with. Do you like this video? Do you like this video? So to answer in the short form, you can say, yes, I do. So make sure you like this video. Yes, I do. Yes, I like this video would be the full answer. But of course, you could say, no, I do not. But you can form a contraction. No, I don't like this video. Remember, with the subjects he, she, it, you need to change do to does. This is for questions as well. Does he, does she watch JForrest English videos? What's the short answer? Yes, she does. So in the short answer, you remember, you still have to conjugate your verb with the subject. She does, he does. The full answer is yes, she watches, he watches JForrest English videos. And in the negative, no, he doesn't, does not, she doesn't watch JForrest English videos. In the past simple, I could ask you, did you watch my video on the verb to be? So, did you? In the short form positive, you can say, yes, I did. And remember, it's did for all subjects. The full answer is, yes, I watched your video. So you put your verb in the past simple. In the negative, no, I did not. No, I didn't watch your video. Now here's something that native speakers love doing. We love using the emphatic form to answer or ask questions. I could say, make sure you subscribe to my channel for more great lessons. Now, to answer this statement or respond to this statement in the past simple, you could say, I subscribed. Jennifer, I subscribed. To make this an emphatic statement, you add the auxiliary verb do, conjugated with the time reference, in this case, the past simple. Jennifer, I did subscribe. So the structure is subject plus did plus base verb. I did subscribe. And this simply emphasizes the action. Maybe you say to your friend, let's go to the movies because she doesn't like hiking. You could reply and say she likes hiking. That's the present simple. Or you could say she does like hiking, which is the emphatic present simple, which native speakers like using. So the structure is subject plus do or does, depending on the subject. You already know he, she, it does. She does plus base verb. Let's try this with a question. I could ask you, does this lesson make sense to you? Now to answer in the present simple, you can say, it makes sense. It being this lesson, it makes sense. Or you can sound more dramatic and say, it does make sense, which is the emphatic present simple. Only use this structure if you want to emphasize what you're saying. Now let's review how to form tag questions. You like my videos, don't you? In the short answer, you can say, yes, I do. Yes, I like your videos, the full answer. How about the emphatic answer? You can say, yes, I do like your videos. If you want to respond negatively, you can use the adverb actually to show a contrast. Actually, I don't like your videos. Let's practice with a different subject. She doesn't work today, does she? So notice, negative, positive. And then before it was positive, negative. She doesn't, does not, doesn't. She doesn't work today, does she? In the short form, you would say, no, she doesn't. The full answer, no, she doesn't work today. Now let's say you want to respond negatively and you're going to use the emphatic reply. What would that be? And you can use actually to start. Actually, she does work today. The verb to do is also used to form choice questions when you have different options. For example, do you prefer coffee or tea? But to respond, you just answer. You don't use the verb do unless it's part of the answer. So you would say, I prefer tea. You state your choice. Remember to conjugate that verb in the present simple. Does she want pizza or pasta? Again, you would just answer, I'm not sure. I'll ask her and let you know. Now let's review some common expressions with the verb to do, and I'm going to quiz you at the same time. To do someone a favor. This is to help someone with a task or a request. Can you me a favor and hit like and subscribe? What's the answer? Can you do me a favor? To do business with someone. This is when you engage in commercial activities. I'd love business with Elon Musk. How do you complete this? I'd love to do, you need the infinitive. I'd love to do business with Elon Musk. To do one's best. This is to give maximum effort. She best. How would you form a sentence? And let's say it's an emphatic past simple. What would you say? She did do her best. Don't be confused by this. She did do her best. Without the emphatic, the regular past simple is she did her best. To do a number on. This is to cause harm or damage. The harsh weather last year, a number on our garden. How would you complete this? Well, look at that keyword. We have last year, so I know I need the past simple. Did a number on our garden. Easy, right? To do the dirty work. This is to do unpleasant or morally questionable work. He always gets others the dirty work. How would you complete this? He gets others to do. You need the infinitive, to do the dirty work. To do justice to. This is to represent something accurately. This photo, justice to the breathtaking views we saw. How would you answer this in the negative? This photo doesn't do justice to. To make do, this is to survive with whatever is available. The bank didn't approve our loan, but we, with our savings. Complete this sentence in the past simple. But we made do. Here, do is used in the expression, but the verb is make, so that's what you conjugate. But we made do with our savings. What's done is done. This is a great expression. This means that you accept that past events cannot be changed. Yes, he stole our clients, but we need to move on. But this is easy because it's an expression, so you just take the full expression. You don't need to change anything. But what's done is done. To do away with. This means to eliminate. Why the company away with the dress code? How would you complete this? Why did the company do away with? So it's a completed past action. And finally, to do the trick. This means to successfully achieve a desired result. Thanks, Jennifer. This lesson, now I know how to use the verb to do. How would you complete this? Thanks, Jennifer. This lesson did the trick. Do the trick, so did in the past simple. Did the trick. And I hope you would agree with that. Now let's review our final verb, to have. First, let's review all the conjugations of the verb have because you'll need to know these throughout the entire lesson. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarized everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description, and I'm going to quiz you at the end, so pay close attention. The conjugations are in the infinitive, to have, the base verb, have, the past simple, had, the present participle, having, and the past participle, had. Now let's review to have as the main verb. In the present simple, have is used for possession or ownership. I have 2 adorable cats. What about you? What is something that you have? I have, maybe it's a pet, maybe it's a car, maybe it's an interesting possession. Share something in the comments below. I have, put that in the comments. With the subject you have a turtle. She or he has, notice that irregular conjugation. He, she, it, we use has. He or she has a penguin, why not? They have a kangaroo, we have an iguana. Just remember, take a note of this, he, she, it uses has, all other subjects use have. This is in the present simple. Let's talk about the present continuous. Now this is for experiences. What do you think about this sentence? I'm having 2 cats. So our verb is have, but it's conjugated in the present continuous. Of course, the auxiliary verb is the verb to be. I am, I'm, and then your verb in ing, having. I'm having 2 cats. What do you think about this sentence? This sentence is incorrect because we don't use the verb have in the present continuous for possession. We use it in the present simple. In the present continuous with have, it's about experiences. So with cats, as you saw before, you would have to say, I have 2 cats, even though it's right now. But for experiences, you can say, I'm having a great time. You're having so much fun watching this video. I hope that's true. She's having trouble understanding this. They're having a party tonight. What about this one? We're having a baby. What does that mean? We're having a baby. This means we're expecting a baby. So if this was the man talking, it would be, my wife is pregnant. We're having a baby. We're expecting a baby. Now let's review the past simple. This is used for both possession in the past or experiences in the past. I had a dog when I was a kid. Ownership, possession in the past. We had so much fun at the party, an experience in the past. She had a baby last week. This means she gave birth last week. He had a headache yesterday. An experience, you experience a headache in the past. Now let's review have as the auxiliary verb. This is used in the present perfect. I have had a busy week. The structure for the present perfect is subject, have or has conjugated with the subject. You already know that he, she, it needs has. All other subjects use have. And then the past participle. Now, in my sentence, I have had a busy week. My main verb is the verb to have conjugated in the present perfect. That's why there's had, it's the past participle. But no matter what verb you use as the main verb, the present perfect always uses have as the auxiliary verb. You have been very helpful, so the verb be is the main verb and have is the auxiliary. She has won the lottery twice. He has run 2 marathons. Remember, he and she, you need has as the auxiliary verb, and then your main verb in the past participle. We have scheduled the meeting. They have left the party. Now let's review the contractions because these are very important to sound natural like a native speaker and to understand us as well. I've, you've, he's, she's, it's, we've, they've. Native speakers usually use the contractions when the verb have is the auxiliary verb. Important point, American speakers don't use the contraction when have is the main verb, but British speakers do. I've a car. I remember the first time I heard a British speaker say this, I thought it sounded so weird. I've a car, because American speakers would never say that. We would say I have a car because the verb have is the main verb. But both American and British speakers would say I've had a busy week because here have is the auxiliary verb. Let's keep reviewing have as the auxiliary verb. What do you think about this sentence? She had had a meeting with her boss. What do you think? Is this correct? Incorrect? This is correct. Do you know what verb tense this is? This is the past perfect with have as the main verb. Of course, the past perfect is used for a past action completed before another past action, so it's the past in the past. She had had a meeting with her boss before she met the client. 2 past actions. The past perfect is the first past action, the older past action. You're probably more familiar with they had left by the time I arrived. The structure of the past perfect is subject, had, and the past participle. So all subjects use had, and then your main verb is in the past participle. But the past participle of the verb have is had. That's why it's possible to say she had had a meeting with her boss. Let's review the contractions, and we'll use the verb to leave as the main verb, which will be in the past participle, left. They had left. So with the subject I'd left, you'd left, she'd left, he'd left. It is possible with the subject id left. So notice it's just id left. We'd left, they'd left. So you just add a soft D to the subject. What do you think about this sentence? I'd a dog when I was young. Is this correct or incorrect? Well, this is incorrect to an American speaker because the main verb is have. American speaker would say, I had a dog when I was young. Remember, American speakers don't form a contraction when have is the main verb, whether it's the present simple or past simple. But native speakers usually form a contraction when have is the auxiliary verb. And have is the auxiliary verb with all the perfect tenses. You already know the present perfect and the past perfect. These are the 2 most common ones. Let's quickly review the other perfect tenses. For the present perfect continuous, you have your subject, Have or has, remember has with he, she, it, been, and then your present participle, your verb, and ing. The past perfect continuous, you have your subject plus had plus been plus present participle. The future perfect, you have subject plus will plus have plus past participle. And the future perfect continuous, you have your subject plus will plus have plus been plus present participle. Remember, you need to change have to has for he, she, it for the present perfect and the present perfect continuous. In all other cases, the verb doesn't change with the subject. So you would say, they have reserved a table. She has reserved a table. We have been preparing for the party. He has been preparing for the party. But remember to form those contractions. So what would the first one be? They have, they've reserved a table. She has, she's reserved a table. We have been preparing, we've been preparing. He has been preparing, he's been preparing. Now let's review negation with have. So taking have and making it negative. Let's do this as a little quiz. I have a dog. How would you make this negative? I don't have a dog. Did you use that contraction? You could say, I do not have a dog. But native speakers usually form the contraction when have is negative. She has a car. What is this in the negative? And use the contraction. She doesn't have a car. She does not have a car. We had some problems at the conference. What's this in the negative? We didn't have any problems at the conference. Did you get the contraction? Did not have, didn't have, and did you change some to any? They've had a lot of success. What is this in the negative? They haven't had a lot of success. Here you can leave a lot of. You could also say they have not had a lot of success. She's had a great day. What is this in the negative? She hasn't had a great day. She has not had a great day. They'd had problems before the launch. What is this in the negative? They hadn't had. They had not had problems before the launch. What about this sentence? I have time. How do you make this negative? You could say, I don't have time. I do not have time. What about this sentence? I have no time. What do you think about this? Correct or incorrect? This is correct and very commonly used by native speakers. The structure is subject plus have or has, depending on the subject. Remember, he, she, it, has, no, and then noun. In this case, time. This is used to emphasize the lack of something and to do it in a more dramatic way. I have no time. You could say, she has no money. This sounds more dramatic than she doesn't have money. We have no ideas. We don't have any ideas. Here, ideas, of course, are thoughts to solve problems. But if you say, I have no idea, in the singular, this means I don't know. This is very commonly used by native speakers. So if someone asks you a complicated math problem, what's 362 divided by 3.8? I have no idea. It emphasizes it more than saying, I don't know. This structure is only used in specific situations, but for now you can use it with time, money, ideas, plural, or idea, singular. Now let's review some common expressions with have, and I'm going to quiz you at the same time so you can practice all of these conjugations and structures that you just learned and learn natural expressions at the same time. To have a blast. This means to have a great time. We a blast at the concert last time. Complete the sentence with the negative form. Do you know it? We didn't have a blast because our keyword is last night, so you need the past simple. To have a ball. This also means to have a great time. Both are commonly used. If we a ball at the conference, we wouldn't have left early. This is the third conditional. Can you complete it? Did you get this one? Well, have is the main verb. So in the past perfect, which you need, if we had had a ball at the conference, we wouldn't have left early. An advanced structure. To have the last laugh. This is when you appear to be the loser at first, but in the end, you're the winner. They rejected our proposal, but I believe in our product and I know the last laugh. As a hint, you need the future simple. Did you get this one? And I know will have as a contraction, we will have the last laugh. You'll ultimately be the winner, even though it seems like you're the loser right now because they rejected your proposal. To have butterflies in your stomach. This is when you're nervous and anxious before a significant event like public speaking. Butterflies in your stomach is normal before a job interview. Can you complete this? And as a hint, you need the gerund verb. Having butterflies in your stomach. Have as the gerund verb. To have a screw loose. This describes someone who is a little crazy, but more in an eccentric way. She might a few screws loose, but she gets results. She might is your modal, so you need the base verb. She might have a few screws loose. Like Shakira said, I'm crazy, but you like it. To have a lot on one's plate, this means to be very busy and it's very commonly used. Right now, Tony, a lot on his plate. This is easy, right? Right now, Tony has, because it's possession, and you can only use the present simple with possession. Right now, Tony has a lot on his plate. To have a cow, this is a fun one. It means to become very upset. A cow, it's just a small scratch on your car. As a hint, you need the imperative in the negative form. Do you know how to complete this? Don't have a cow, don't have a cow. To have a heart of gold. This describes someone who is very kind, caring, and generous. Despite a heart of gold, she didn't get the promotion. What's the answer? Despite having a heart of gold, because despite is a preposition and you need the gerund verb after prepositions. So, how did you do with this quiz? Share your score in the comments. You will already sound more fluent if you use those 3 verbs correctly, but let's move on and review the 5 most commonly used verb tenses in English. Let's review the 5 verb tenses that make up over 96% of a native speaker's speech. The 5 verb tenses are the present simple, which makes up 57.51% of speech, the past simple, which makes up 19.7%, the future simple at 8.5%, the present perfect at 6%, and the present continuous at 5.1% of a native speaker's speech. And the total of all 5 verb tenses is 96.81% of speech. So So let's make sure that you feel very confident using all 5 verb tenses. And at the end of this lesson, there's going to be a quiz to make sure you really understand these verb tenses. So let's start with the present simple. And pay close attention because I correct mistakes from my advanced students in the Finally Fluent Academy. They make mistakes with the present simple almost every time they submit their practice exercises. So pay close attention. Let's review the structure. For the subjects I, you, we, and they, you add the base verb. Now for the subjects he, she, it, you add the base verb plus s or es. And this is one of the most common mistakes that my advanced students make, forgetting to add that s. So don't forget that s for he, she, it subjects. The present simple is used to describe routines, habits in your daily life. For example, I eat breakfast every day at 6 o'clock a.m. It's also used to describe general facts and truths. For example, the sun rises in the east and sets in the west. And notice I added those s's because the sun is it. He, she, it, you need those s's. It's also used for feelings, emotions, and states of beings. We are very excited for the concert tonight. Now here's one that most of my students don't use correctly, and the present simple is also used for timetable events, even if that event is in the future. For example, the train leaves at 5 a.m. tomorrow. It's very common to use an adverb of frequency with the present simple, which is one easy way that you can identify it. The most common adverbs of frequency are every day or always for 7 times a week, often, usually, or frequently for about 4 to 6 times a week, sometimes for 3 to 4 times a week, rarely or seldom for 1 to 2 times a week, and never for 0 times a week. So let's practice this just for fun. Share something silly that you never do or always do in the comments below. For example, I never brush my teeth while I'm driving. So share something silly in the comments just to have a little fun. Now let's move on to the past simple. To form the past simple, you have your subject, and then you have your base verb plus ed, or an irregular past simple verb, and there are many irregular verbs, so you simply need to memorize them. The past simple is used for an action that started and finished at a specific time in the past. For example, I went to the store yesterday. She took a shower at 8 a.m., but now it is 11 a.m., so 8 a.m. is in the past. They ordered pizza for dinner, and now it's 10 o'clock at night, so dinner is in the past. We sang all night, but I'm talking about maybe yesterday or the night before, so it's in the past. Let's review some past simple keywords so you can easily identify when you need to use this verb tense. Yesterday, last week, month, or year, in 2020, at 3:30 p.m., 4 hours ago, on Monday, on July 15th, when I graduated, or during the meeting. And remember, all of those keywords, the action started and finished in the past. Now let's talk about the future simple, another verb tense I see a lot of mistakes with. The structure is very easy. You have your subject, will, and base verb. It's the same for all subjects, which makes it easy. This verb tense is used to make predictions, but when it's based on your opinion, not facts. Argentina will win the World Cup. This is just my opinion. I don't know this as a fact. Someone else could say, I think France will win the World Cup. Notice here I added I think. It's very common to use an opinion word with the future simple. This verb tense is used for spontaneous actions or decisions, which means they were not planned in advance. For example, let's say you see a woman struggling with her grocery bags, and she has many grocery bags. You can say, "I'll help you with those bags." You didn't plan this in advance. It was a spontaneous action. It's also used with promises, commitments, offers, or refusals. If you say, "I'll send you the report at 5 p.m., you're making a promise or a commitment. It's like saying, "I promise I'll send you the report at 5 p.m. So the other person will expect it if you use the future simple. Now let's talk about the present perfect, a verb tense that confuses a lot of students, but absolutely you must know how to use it. The structure is I, you, we, they, plus have, plus the past participle. And you simply need to memorize all the past participles. Now for the subjects he, she, it, you need to use has as your auxiliary verb and the past participle. Now, did you know that the present perfect is also used with the completed past action, but one that has a result or consequence in the present? For example, I have eaten. That is a completed past action. Now, it's common to use already, but it's not required. I have already eaten. So what's the result in the present? So now I'm not hungry. It's also used for life experience when it's an unfinished timeline. For example, she's been to Panama twice. Now, because she is alive, she can go to Panama again, so it's an unfinished time reference. Or you could say, I haven't seen that movie yet. Yet is a keyword for the present perfect, and we use it in negative sentences. And by saying yet, you're letting the person know that it's still possible for you to watch that movie in the future, so it's an unfinished time reference. Now, the present perfect is also used for an action that started in the past and continues until now, but only with 3 common verbs: live, work, and study. For example, they've lived in that house for 20 years. They still live there now, and it started in the past. It started 20 years ago. Very important point, you can't use a specific time reference with the present perfect. You must use the past simple. This is a very common mistake that I see my students make. So you can't say, I've tried sushi last week, because last week is a specific past time reference. So you would have to say, I tried sushi last week. Or you could get rid of last week and say, I've tried sushi. Let's move on to our last verb tense, the present continuous. The structure is I am plus verb in your ing form, your gerund verb. You, we, they, are plus verb in ing. Or he, she, it, is plus verb in ing. So don't forget, you have to conjugate the verb to be according to the subject. The present continuous is used for an action that is currently taking place. Right now, now. So I could say, my students are, because the subject is they, my students are watching my video right now, right? You're watching this video right now. You can also use the present continuous with the future if it's a planned action in the future. For example, he's attending the conference next month. It's in the future, but it's planned. He's attending the conference next month. Or she's performing at the World Cup in 2026. So even though it's way in the future, you can still use the present continuous if it's a planned event. An important note that you should know, because I know it might confuse students. Native speakers use the present continuous with always to stress the continuation of something negative. She is always coming to work late. So instead of saying she always comes to work late, because always is a keyword for the present simple, native speakers frequently put this in the present continuous. I don't recommend that you do that because it really depends on the context if it sounds correct or incorrect. But grammatically, it's always correct to use the present simple with always. So that's what I recommend that you do. I'm just sharing this so you don't get confused when you hear a native speaker say, she is always coming to work late. Now you know the 5 verb tenses that make up 96% of your speech. So are you ready for your quiz to make sure you really know how to use them? Here are the questions. Hit pause and take as much time as you need, and when you're ready to continue, hit play. Here are the answers. Hit pause, review the answers, and when you're ready to continue, hit play. Now that you're more comfortable with verbs and verb tenses, I have to let you know that there are over 200 irregular verbs in English. You've already learned many of them. So let's keep going and review the top 50 irregular verbs you need to know. Now, as we're going through these irregular verbs, I want you to stop when you get to a verb that is new to you, and I want you to leave an example sentence in the comments so you get some practice with this new irregular verb, and you'll remember it a lot better. The first verb is the most common verb in English, the verb to be. To be, was or were, been. Notice for the past simple, we have 2 choices, was or were. Your choice depends on the subject. I, he, she, it was. Yesterday, I was sick. Yesterday, he was sick. Were is for you, we, and they. We were sick yesterday, they were sick yesterday. The participle been, I haven't been sick in years. Become, became, become. Yesterday, I became sick. Have you become sick? Begin, began, begun. I began the project 2 weeks ago. Have you begun the project yet? Bring, brought, brought. She brought chocolates to the party. She had already brought the chocolates by the time I came. Buy, bought, bought. She bought new shoes last week. She had bought the shoes before she got the promotion. Choose, chose, chosen. Notice the pronunciation difference between our base verb, choose, and the past and the participle. Choose, chose. Ooh, oh. Choose, chose, chosen. She chose me for her team. Who had chosen that book? Come, came, come. She came home late. Has she come to the party yet? Do, did, done. I did the chores. Have you done the chores? Drink, drank, drunk. She drank the entire bottle. She's drunk 2 bottles so far. Drive, drove, driven. Who drove you here? I was driven by my friend. Eat, ate, eaten. I ate early yesterday. Have you eaten yet? Fall, fell, fallen. She fell really hard. She had fallen before it rained. Feel, felt, felt. I felt bad. I haven't felt fabric like that before. Find, found, found. I found $10 on the street. Have you ever found money before? Fly, flew, flown. They flew to Paris last week. I've flown 5 times this year. Forget, forgot, forgotten. Oh no, I forgot to buy milk. Have you ever forgotten someone's birthday? Get, got, or gotten. You can use either one in the past participle form, got or gotten. Gotten is more common in American English. Yesterday, I got a speeding ticket. Have you ever gotten a speeding ticket? Give, gave, given. I gave her a box of chocolates. Have you ever given someone chocolates? Go, went, gone. Such a common verb, but I hear a lot of mistakes with the verb go. Go, went, gone. Yesterday, we went to the store. They've been gone for 20 minutes. Have, had, had. She had a great time yesterday. We've had a great time since we got here. Hear, heard, heard. Yesterday, I heard the best song. Have you ever heard that song? Keep, kept, kept. The politician kept his promise. Have you kept your photos from your trip? No, knew, known. I knew she did it. I've known him for 10 years. Leave, left, left. She left at 5 o'clock. She had already left by the time I came. Lend, lent, lent. I lent him some money. Have you ever lent anyone money? Let, let. That one's easy. She let me keep the money. I've let 5 people into the room so far. Lose, lost, lost. I lost their number. Have you ever lost your wallet? Make, made, made. They made a terrible mistake. Have you ever made a promise that you didn't keep? Meet, met, met. We met last week. Have you met Fred yet? Pay, paid, paid. I already paid the bill. She had paid the bill by the time I got back from the bathroom. Put. That one's easy. I put my new shoes in the closet. Have you put away your groceries yet? Read, read, read. Notice the spelling is exactly the same, but the pronunciation changes. Read, read, read. Yesterday, I read my book for 20 minutes. Have you read his autobiography yet? Run, ran, run. He ran a marathon last week. We've run 3 tests so far. Say, said, said. Who said that? She had said that before our conversation. See, saw, seen. I saw a movie last week. Have you seen that movie yet? Sell, sold, sold. We sold our car. Have you sold your house yet? Send, sent, sent. We sent the package last week. Have you sent the package yet? Sing, sang, sung. She sang in the shower yesterday. Have you ever sung in the shower? Sit, sat, sat. She sat down and broke the chair. Have you ever sat beside someone famous? Sleep, slept, slept. I slept terrible last night. Have you ever slept outside? Speak, spoke, spoken. Who spoke at the wedding? I haven't spoken to her in years. Stand, stood, stood. He stood me up. Have you ever been stood up? When someone stands you up, it means you made plans with someone, usually romantically, like a date, but the other person didn't show up. They didn't come to the restaurant at 7 o'clock like they said they would. So, have you ever been stood up? Or have you ever stood someone up? Hopefully not. Swim, swam, swum. I swam in the ocean last week. I haven't swum in the ocean for 5 years. Take, took, taken. She took our photo. Have you taken anyone's photo before? Teach, taught, taught. She taught them how to use irregular verbs. Have you ever taught someone how to use irregular verbs? Tell, told, told. She told me the truth. Have you ever told a lie? Think, thought, thought. I thought it was a good idea. Have you thought about moving? Understand, understood, understood. I understood her explanation. Have you understood all these irregular verbs? Wear, wore, worn. She wore her green dress to the party. She hasn't worn her blue dress yet. Write, wrote, written. I wrote the answer in my notebook. Have you written the essay yet? At this point, you have mastered A1 concepts, so let's move on to something more advanced. You'll learn everything you need to know about modal verbs. First, let's talk about modal verbs of ability. Can, you know this one already. She can speak 4 languages fluently. Or, I can see the stars tonight. Notice for the structure, we have our subject, then we have the modal verb, and what comes next? The base verb. I can see. The base verb. I can see the stars tonight. You can't say, can't. You can't say, I can to see the stars tonight. Using the infinitive is grammatically incorrect. So remember that structure, subject, modal, base verb. You can use could for past ability. When I was younger, I could run fast. Now, because you use could, which is past ability, this means that today, I can't run fast, or I can't run as fast as I could in the past. Notice I use the negative and a contraction. Today, I can't run as fast. So the structure here is subject, modal, not, often formed as a contraction, so pay attention to those contractions, and then the base verb. I can't run as fast today. Also remember that modals are not conjugated. They're not conjugated with the subject or the time reference, so grammatically they're very easy. So don't say she can runs. You don't conjugate run with the subject she. You don't conjugate it at all. Of course, without the modal in the present simple, she runs very fast. You would conjugate it, but with the modal, she can run very fast. Let's combine these two together. When I was younger, I couldn't speak English, but now I can. I'm sure that describes you, so put yes I can, yes I can, yes I can, put that in the comments. Keep in mind that could is also the polite form of can. Could you open the window, please? Notice the sentence structure for questions. We have the modal, could, then the subject, could you, and then the base verb. Could you open the window, please? You can, of course, use can. Can you please open the window? Could sounds more formal, more polite. Notice the placement of please. It can come at the end of the sentence or after the subject. Now let's talk about permission, both asking for permission and giving permission. You can use can I leave early today? And then to answer, you can say, yes, you can, or No, you can't. I can give you permission and say you can borrow my book. In this case, may is the polite form of can. May I use your phone sounds more formal and polite than can I use your phone? Or to give permission, you may enter now. What about this question? May you open the window, please? What do you think about this question? This isn't natural. A native speaker would use could. Could you open the window, please? This is because may is not used with the subject you to ask for permission. With the subject you, to ask for permission, use could instead. The other subjects, you can use may. May I open the window? May she open the window? May we, may they open the window? But only for you, could you open the window? Don't forget that. Let's talk about possibility, but not certainty. Might, it might rain today. Could, it could rain today. Keep in mind, there is no agreement to what percentage of certainty that might and could represent. So it might rain. What is that? Is that 40% chance of rain, 60%, 80%? There is no general agreement. It depends on how the speaker interprets it. So you would just have to ask the person, well, how likely is it? Should I bring an umbrella? And the same goes for could. I'm sure you've noticed by now that one modal can have different meanings, so don't get confused by this. I could run fast when I was young. This is used for ability. Could you open the window, please? This is the polite form of can. It could rain later. This is for possibility. So you have to look to the context to understand how the modal is being used. Let's talk about obligation, must. This sounds forceful or legally required. You must wear a seatbelt. This is either a very forceful, strong recommendation from someone like your mother, or it is legally required. You must renew your passport. This is something a flight attendant might tell you, and they do not allow you to fly because your passport is expired, and this is an obligation. Native speakers commonly use have to when we want to sound less forceful. I have to finish this by tomorrow. We have to start eating healthy. Notice the structure here. We have to plus base verb. If you prefer, you can think of it as have plus infinitive, which is to plus base verb. Either way, don't forget the to. For lack of obligation, take have to and turn it into the negative. Don't have to. You don't have to complete this form. You do not have to, and then as a contraction, you don't have to complete this form. Or your boss could say to you, you don't have to finish the report. There's a lack of obligation. For the structure here, notice do not, don't, have to, and then base verb. Let's talk about prohibition, things that are prohibited, not allowed, often legally. You can use cannot, and as the contraction, most commonly used, can't. You can't smoke inside, that's prohibited. You must go outside, that's the obligation. You can't smoke inside, you must go outside. You can't use your phone during the exam, that's the prohibition. You must turn off your phone during the exam, that's the obligation. Cannot as one word is the correct spelling. The incorrect spelling is cannot as two words. So cannot, one word, or the contraction can't. Let's talk about must not, because this is a strong recommendation, but it is not a legal requirement. You mustn't sign the contract. This sounds more like my recommendation because I think it's a bad idea. You mustn't sign the contract. You must not sign the contract. But that isn't an obligation. If it were, I would say you can't sign the contract. You're prohibited from signing the contract. Let's talk about advice. You can use should to give and ask for advice or suggestions. You should study 5 days per week. You should eat more vegetables. You shouldn't quit your English class. You should not. You shouldn't. Ought to is used to give advice or suggestions. You ought to eat more vegetables. But ought to is not used in modern English. I remember my grandma using ought to, but I never do. If you do use it, just remember it's ought to plus base verb. You need that too. To ask for advice or suggestions, use should. Should we partner with this company? Should I stop following JForrest English? What do you think? Well, to reply, you can say, yes, you should, or no, you definitely shouldn't. Hopefully, you choose that option. Let's talk about shall. So you're at a restaurant, you just finished your meal, you paid for the check, and you can say to the table, shall we go? Shall we go? And then someone at the table could reply back and say, we shall. That is the only modern usage of shall. But it is very commonly used to suggest leaving a place. Shall we go? Shall we go? So if you want to use shall, I only recommend you use it in that specific context. Let's talk about will and would because they are modal auxiliary verbs, so they have many different meanings and uses. Will can be used for spontaneous future decisions. I will help you move. And I just decided in the moment. It wasn't something I planned. I'll help you move. It can be used for predictions, often with I think. I think it will rain tomorrow. It might rain. It could rain tomorrow. We also use will for promises and commitments. I'll subscribe and I'll like this video. If you say that and you use will, you just made a commitment. So make sure you subscribe and like this video so you don't break your promise. Let's talk about would. It's used in hypothetical situations. I would go on vacation if I had more time. So just by saying I would go on vacation, I know it's a hypothetical. We use would for polite requests or offers. Would you like me to make more lessons just like this? You can say, yes, I would, or no, I wouldn't. We also use would for past habitual actions. Remember, could was for past ability, but would is for a habitual action, something you repeatedly did in the past. When I was young, I would spend hours playing in the park. I loved it because I could run really fast. So could is the past ability, but would is the habitual past action. Here's how native speakers have fun with the meaning of modal verbs. Let's say you ask me for something and you say, Jennifer, could you help me? A native could reply back and say, I could, and maybe I should, but I won't. So the questioner is using could as the polite form of can. Could you help me? But I reply, and native speaker replies as a joke, I could, because we're using it for possibility. I could help you. And maybe I should help you because it's an advice or recommendation, but I won't, which is a refusal. So now you know everything you need to know about modals. Let's quiz your knowledge. Here are the questions. Hit pause and take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Here are the answers. Hit pause, review the answers, and when you're ready, hit play. Let's move on to a B-level topic and review the difference between I know the answer and I do know the answer. This is the emphatic form. Native speakers use it frequently, and you should know how to use it too. Let's review our sentence again. I know the answer. Of course, this is the present simple. The structure is subject, base verb, plus S or ES, and this is used for facts, states, and routines. You know that, right? Now let's review I do know the answer. This is the emphatic form of the present simple. So this sentence is still the present simple, but the emphatic form. The structure is different. The structure is subject plus do or does conjugated with the subject plus base verb. Now, the emphatic form is used to add strong emphasis, to show surprise or contradiction, or to confirm or insist that something is true, especially if someone doubts it. Now, let's review an example where you would use the emphatic form to add strong emphasis. I could say to you, you've been studying for hours. You do know the answer. So I'm emphasizing that fact.
You do know.
Now let's review an example to show surprise or contradiction. I could say, oh wow, you do know the answer? I'm impressed, or I'm surprised perhaps. And to confirm or insist that something is true, especially if someone doubts it, this is a very common time to use the emphatic form. I could say, you don't have to believe me, but I do know the answer. So I'm insisting this is true. Now, just know grammatically, the present simple is always correct and can be used instead of the emphatic form. So every example I give you in this lesson, you can replace the emphatic form with the present simple. But there is a subtle difference in meaning between the present simple and the emphatic form. If I say you've been studying for hours, you know the answer in the present simple, I'm stating a fact. If I say you've been studying for hours, you do know the answer, I'm emphasizing a fact. Or same thing. Oh wow, you know the answer. I'm impressed. Again, stating a fact. Oh wow, you do know the answer. I'm impressed. Stating a fact while also showing surprise or that I thought you wouldn't know the answer. And that's the subtle but important difference. Or again, you don't have to believe me, but I know the answer. Stating a fact. You don't have to believe me, but I do know the answer. I'm stating that fact strongly to emphasize it in the face of doubt. Remember, you're doubting me. Now, so far, all my examples used the verb know, but any verb can be formed into the emphatic form. Let's review some examples. I do go there.
I do go to bed pretty early.
I do live in Canada. I do like pizza. I do write emails every day. I do cook dinner sometimes.
But when I do cook, I'm following a recipe.
I do fix my bicycle when it breaks. I do jump over fences. I do cry during sad movies. That's true. I do dream big. I do die for coffee. So any verb you can think of can be used emphatically. But just know, only use the emphatic form if you're adding strong emphasis, showing surprise or contradiction, or confirming that something is true in the face of doubt. Use the present simple if you're simply stating a fact. So if you just ask me, oh, Jennifer, where do you live? I would reply and say, I live in Canada. I'm stating a fact. If you say, Jennifer, where do you live? And I say, I do live in Canada, it sounds awkward because there's no reason to emphasize this. But if you say to me, you don't live in Canada, well, now I can emphasize that something is true and say, no, I do live in Canada.
I do live in Nashville, Tennessee. I think everybody knows that.
So far, all the examples have used the subject I, but remember in the emphatic form, you need to use do, does based on the subject. I do love pizza. You do love pizza. He does love pizza. She does love pizza. It, the dog, does love pizza. We do love pizza. They do love pizza. So of course, the same rules as the present simple. You use do with I, you, we, they. Does, he, she, it, third person singular. You already know that. It's the same rule as the present simple. So now you know the difference between I know the answer, I do know the answer. What about these two sentences? I knew the answer, I did know the answer. Well, I knew the answer. Of course, this is the past simple. I did know the answer. This is, yes, you got it, the emphatic form of the past simple. So if you say, I knew the answer, of course, this is the past simple. We have subject plus past verb, and this is used, of course, for completed past actions. If you say, I did know the answer, this is the emphatic form of the past simple. The structure is different. Subject plus did for all subjects plus base verb. And this is used for the same reasons as the present simple. It's used to add strong emphasis in the past, to show surprise or contradiction in the past, or to confirm or insist something was true in the past, especially if someone doubts it. So the exact same reasons why is just the difference in structure between the present and the past. So let's review some realistic sentences. I can say, yesterday you lifted 50-pound weights. See, you did improve.
I think you really did improve night over night.
So I'm using the emphatic past simple to add emphasis to a fact. The fact would simply be, see, you improved. That's the past simple to state a fact. Or I could say, you did call him? I thought you forgot. So I'm showing surprise or contradiction.
Honey, you did call him back because it's really old.
If I simply say, you called him, I thought you forgot, I'm stating a fact in the past, of course. Or if I say, I did send the report on time, I'm confirming or insisting that something was true. Remember, the past. Especially if someone doubts me, maybe my coworker or my boss even. But if I say, I sent the report on time, I'm just stating a fact about a completed past action. Remember that in the past simple emphatic form, all subjects use the same structure, so it's easier. And any verb can be formed into the emphatic form in the past simple, just like we saw with the present simple. So you could say, I did finish my homework. You did call her last night. He did help with the project. She did find her keys. It did rain yesterday. We did watch the movie. They did arrive early. Also keep in mind the emphatic form that you just learned exists in the present or past simple affirmative, which means positive sentences only. So you can't use the emphatic form with perfect tenses, future tenses, continuous tenses, the negative form, or question form. Present simple positive, past simple positive. Now that you know the rules, quite simple, right? Now that you know the rules and the structure, let's quiz your knowledge. You're going to see a question, and then you need to answer out loud, and your answer must use the emphatic form. And you'll have to look at the question to decide if you need the present or the past. I'm not going to tell you, just to make this quiz more difficult. I'll only give you 3 seconds, so of course feel free to pause the video, think about it, and then hit play when you're ready, and you can say the answer out loud. Question 1, you know how to swim? The answer? I do know how to swim. You're emphasizing this, and notice my question, almost a statement but said as a question. There's an assumption that you don't know how to swim, or there's surprise in this. So that's why you're using the emphatic. Question 2, did he call you yesterday? The answer? Yes, he did call me yesterday. The question used did, so you know it's the past simple. And I'm emphasizing the truth of this. Question 3, you don't like coffee, do you? The answer? Actually, I do like coffee. You don't need to add actually, or you could say yes, I do like coffee, or you could simply say, I do like coffee. And notice in the question, again, there's an assumption that you don't like coffee. So that's why you're using the emphatic form. Question 4, this might be a little tricky. Feel free to pause. Question 4, it's okay that you didn't finish the project on time. How would you reply? I did finish the project on time. So the question assumes you didn't, and you want to correct that by saying, no, I did finish the project on time. Question 5, they never help with the cleaning. How could you reply? They do help. They do help with the cleaning. They do help sometimes. But you could simply say they do help. So again, the question states that they don't, and you want to affirm the opposite, insist the opposite. They do help sometimes. How are you doing with this? Question 6, I think I forgot to lock the door. We should go back and check. What could you say? You did lock the door. I saw you. You could add that, or maybe you say, I did lock the door. So you're affirming that you did the action, so the person doesn't have to worry. So again, the person assumes that the opposite is true, and you're emphasizing, you're affirming. Question 7, does she always come to work on time? What could you say? Yes, she does come to work on time. So you're emphasizing that fact. Question 8, why don't you eat vegetables? You can reply back and say, I do eat vegetables. Or maybe add, I do eat some vegetables. I do eat certain vegetables. So again, the questioner assumes you don't do something, and you want to affirm or insist the opposite. Question 9, we need to discuss why you didn't follow the checklist. You can reply back to this and say, I did follow the checklist. I did follow the checklist. So again, contrary to what the person believed. And question 10, they didn't attend the meeting last Friday, did they? You would say, they did attend the meeting. Now you're already comfortable with verb tenses, which is great. So let's review more advanced verb tenses, and we'll review the easier ones too. We'll review all 12 verb tenses in English. Let's start with the present simple tense. We use the present simple to talk about habits, routines, facts, and general truths. It's the most commonly used verb tense in English, but I still see mistakes with it. The structure is really simple. You just use the base form of the verb, which is the infinitive without to. But be careful, if the subject is he, she, or it, you need to add s or es to the verb. For example, I walk to work every day, but she walks to work every day.
I cycle to work every day.
Or they eat lunch at noon, but he eats lunch at noon. These examples are in the present simple because they're habits and routines, things that people do every day. For questions, we use do or does. For example, I could ask you, do you watch JForrest English lessons every day as part of your routine? So what's your answer? Hopefully your answer is yes, I do, Jennifer. Yes, I do. So put yes, I do in the comments. And of course, this answer is in the present simple. How about this question? Do you play guitar? Or does she, notice, does she like coffee? And for negatives, I don't watch much TV. He doesn't go to the gym.
I go to this gym.
Now, forgetting to conjugate the verb with he, she, it is one of the most common mistakes I see, even with my advanced students. So always double check your verb conjugation with the present simple. Now let's move on to the present continuous. This tense is used for actions that are happening right now or around now and for temporary situations. The structure is subject plus to be conjugated with the subject plus the verb with ing. So you'd say, I'm speaking to her.
I'm speaking to you.
She's working from home this week. They're studying for an exam. To form questions, you just switch the order. Are you watching this video? Of course, your verb to be needs to match the subject. Is he coming over later?
Honey, coming over.
And for negatives, I'm not going out tonight. They aren't doing anything wrong. So notice native speakers use contractions in the present continuous. And one important note, we do not use stative verbs like know or believe in this tense. Use the present simple and say, I know the answer, not the present continuous, I'm knowing the answer. Let's move on to the present perfect. This tense connects the past and the present perfect. We use it to talk about experiences, changes, or past actions that still continue or matter now, connection to the present. The structure is subject plus have or has conjugated with the subject plus the past participle, the third form of the verb. To talk about a past action that matters now, you can say, I have seen that movie, so now I don't want to watch it again.
Well, I have seen that movie 1 or 7 times.
Or we've already eaten. We have. We've already eaten, so I don't want a sandwich. This verb tense is very commonly used to ask questions about one's life experience. For example, have you ever tried sushi? So have you? Or has he ever managed a team? Has he? It's also common to use this tense in the negative to talk about things you haven't done until now, but you can still do it in the future, and that's the important thing. For example, I haven't been to New York yet. But because it's an unfinished timeline, the present perfect, you can go to New York next year or even in 10 years. Or you can say, he hasn't called yet. But again, it's an unfinished timeline, so he can still call in the future. That's an important point.
No, he hasn't called yet.
Now let's look at the present perfect continuous. This tense is used to show how long something has been happening until now. It describes actions that started in the past and continue until now. The structure is subject plus have or has plus been plus the verb with ing. For example, I've been learning English for 2 years. How would you answer that? She's been working all day.
Your best friend has been working hard all day.
They have been talking for an hour. These actions, they started in the past and continue until now. Using this verb tense stresses the continuation of the action. You can ask, have you been sleeping okay? Has he been studying? Again, you're asking about actions that started in the past and continue until now. It could be the recent past or a longer past, depending on the time reference used. In the negative, you can say, I haven't been feeling great.
I haven't been feeling so great.
She hasn't been paying attention. Again, remember that certain verbs can't be used in the continuous form. You would use the present perfect and say, I've known her for years. This shows the action started in the past and continues until now, because you can't say I've been knowing her for years, because know is a state of verb. Now let's talk about the past simple. We use the past simple for actions that happened and finished in the past. The structure is the subject plus the past tense of the verb. For regular verbs, that means adding ed to the base verb. For irregular verbs, you have to memorize the past verb. But you already know many of them, and you'll learn the ones you need naturally in context. With the past simple, you can use a specific past time reference or no time reference. For example, I visited, a regular ed, I visited my grandma last weekend. She watched a movie. They ate pizza. Of course, you already know that ate is the irregular past simple of to eat.
I ate a pizza crust off the floor.
To ask a question, we use did. Did you call her? Did they go to the concert? Notice that the main verb is the base verb, not the past simple verb. Did is in the past simple. This is a common mistake I see students make.
Did they go to the zoo?
And for negatives, I didn't like the movie, he didn't show up. Again, did is the past simple verb. Next is the past continuous. We use the past continuous for actions that were happening at a certain time in the past, or that were interrupted by something else. The structure is subject plus was or were plus the verb with ing. For example, she was sleeping at 10 p.m. They were studying English all night. These examples show that the action was in progress at a specific time in the past.
I was watching that.
Here's an example of an interrupted action. Notice how the action that interrupts is in the past simple. I was watching TV when you called. So the action of watching TV was in progress when another action interrupted it. To ask a question, you can say, were you listening to me?
Were you listening?
Was he working last night? To answer in the negative, you can say, sorry, I wasn't listening to you, or no, he wasn't working. He was studying English all night. Now let's review the past perfect. We use the past perfect to show that one past action happened before another past action. You can think of it as the past in the past. The structure is subject plus had plus the past participle. And this is the structure for all subjects. For example, I had already eaten when they arrived. Notice here there are two past actions. The first past action is I ate, and the second past action is they arrived. So to show the past in the past, you use the past perfect for the first past action and say, I had already eaten when they arrived. Another example, she had left before the meeting started. You don't need to specify the second past action. You can simply say they had finished the game. Maybe it's obvious based on context what the second past action is. To ask a question, had you seen that movie before? Had he ever been to Canada? In the negative, I hadn't heard the news. She hadn't arrived by the time the movie started.
I hadn't heard that.
She had us checkmated before we even left for Amsterdam.
Let's look at the past perfect continuous. We use this to show how long something had been happening before another event in the past. The structure is subject plus had been plus the verb with ing. Again, it's the same structure for all subjects. For example, I had been waiting for 30 minutes before the bus came. Notice here, it's still the past in the past, but now the focus is on the duration of the action. Again, you don't need to use the second past action. You can say, he had been working all night. They had been arguing for hours.
But in my defense, I have been traveling all day.
Because this tense focuses on duration, it's most common to use it with a time reference. To ask a question, had you been studying long? Had she been feeling okay? In the negatives, I hadn't been sleeping well. He hadn't been training properly. Remember, this tense helps you show the duration of something before another point in the past. Now we'll talk about the future simple. We use the future simple for predictions, promises, offers, or decisions made at the moment of speaking. The structure is subject plus will plus base verb, and it's the same structure for all subjects. To make a decision at the moment of speaking, you can say, I'll help you with those bags. This shows it wasn't a planned decision, it was spontaneous. To make a promise or commitment, you can say, I'll call you tomorrow.
I'll call you tomorrow.
To make a prediction, you can say, I think he'll get the promotion. Notice I said, I think. It's very common to use an opinion word when making a prediction in the future simple. To ask a question, will you call me tomorrow?
Listen, I have to go. I can't explain right now, but will you call me tomorrow?
Or will they stay the night? In the negative, I won't forget, I promise, or he won't like that. Now let's review the future continuous. We use this to talk about actions that will be in progress at a certain time in the future. The structure is subject plus will be plus the verb with ing. Again, it's the same structure for all subjects. Maybe your friend asks you to drive her to the airport and you say, sorry, I can't. I'll be working at 10 a.m. You use the future continuous to let your friend know what action will happen in the future. Other examples, she'll be flying to New York. They'll be waiting for us.
Next time they'll be waiting for you.
This tense is used to answer the question, what will you be doing at a future time? You may ask, will you be using the car at 5 p.m. tomorrow? Will he be sleeping when I get home tonight? In the negative, you can say, I won't be going to the party next week, or she won't be staying long. This tense is important because it helps your listener imagine what will be happening at a future moment.
I won't be staying long.
Next is the future perfect. This is used for actions that will be completed before a specific time in the future. The structure is subject plus will have plus the past participle. It's the same structure for all subjects. For example, I will have finished by 5 p.m. They will have arrived by then. These statements offer important information when planning future events.
The probe will have arrived.
You can ask, will you have completed the assignment by tomorrow? Will she have landed when we arrive? In the negative, they won't have completed construction before winter hits, or we won't have saved enough money by next summer for the trip. We usually use by with this tense, for example, by next week, by the time you arrive. Now let's review the future perfect continuous. This tense is used to talk about how long something will have been happening before a specific point in the future. Just know that in everyday use, this tense is very rare. Why? Because it isn't a common situation where you talk about how long something will have been happening before a specific point in the future. That's the only reason why it's rare. But of course, it can happen. And for language exams, it's important to know all 12 verb tenses. The structure is subject plus will have been plus verb in the ing form. It's the same structure for all subjects. For example, by next April, all have been working at this company for 10 years. Or will have been saving for over a year by the time we buy the house. Notice this tense is also commonly used with by plus a future time reference, and you can place this at the beginning or the end. To ask questions, you can say, how long will she have been driving when she gets her new car? Will they have been dating for a year by their anniversary trip? And in the negative, she won't have been using the program long enough to be an expert. They won't have been living there long before they move again. Remember, this tense is rarely used in everyday speech, but again, it's important to know for your language exam. You have officially mastered the basics of English grammar. So let's move on and review some common grammar mistakes I see every day. Let's start off with already. We use already to talk about something that has happened or may have happened. So think about the verb tenses. We're talking about the past, and your verb tenses are going to be the past simple or the present perfect. For example, I could say, I already ate. I already ate. Of course, that action took place in the past. Now, you could invite me to the movies, and I could say, I've already seen that movie. Present perfect. I've already seen that movie. And of course, it was in the past that I saw that movie. Now notice for the placement of already, it's generally placed before the main verb. So now it's your turn. Pause the video and put a sentence using already in the past simple and the present perfect in the comments below. Now let's talk about yet. We generally use yet in a question form or a negative sentence. And your verb tense is going to be the present perfect. As a question, you're asking a question about the past. So I could ask, have you eaten yet? Have you eaten yet? And of course, if you want to answer yes, you would use which one? Yes, I've already eaten. Now we can combine a question and the reply could be in the negative, so they could both use yet. For example, I could ask you, have you decided yet? And your answer in the negative would be, no, I haven't decided yet. Now notice the placement of yet. We put it after the main verb, so it's generally at the end of your sentence. All right, so now why don't you try a question with yet and then a reply to that question, and your reply will be in the negative as well. So put those two examples in the comments. Now let's talk about still. We use still to talk about an action that started in the past and continues until now. Your verb tenses are generally going to be the present simple or the present continuous. For example, I could say, I'm still going to the party. So keep in mind, I made a decision to go to the party maybe last week, okay? I said, I'm going to the party. Now, maybe the weather is really bad today, so a lot of people aren't going to the party anymore. But I want to confirm that this action that happened in the past, my decision, it still applies now. So I can say, I'm still going to the party. I'm still going to the party. Now we use this with routines a lot, which is why you'll hear it in the present simple. For example, I could say, I still go to the gym every day. So I started going to the gym every day in the past, maybe a month ago. So my friend, who I haven't seen in a while, wants to know if I still go to the gym. And I could say, yeah, I still go to the gym every day. Now notice the placement of still, just like with already, we're going to put it before the main verb. And you know what to do. Now it's your turn to practice, so why don't you try a sentence in the present simple and present continuous and put those in the comments below. Amazing job. Now let's review the difference between do and make. I hear lots of mistakes even from advanced students with these two, and there'll be a quiz at the end of this section to make sure you really know how to use do and make. Now let me give you an example sentence. Last night I the dishes and I dinner. Okay, in this case, what do we need? Do we need do? Do we need make? Put it in the comments below. What do you think we need? Well, first of all, you need to remember that regardless of which one you use, they're verbs, so you have to conjugate them according to your time reference. So my time reference is last night, so I know I'm talking in the past, so I need to conjugate my verbs in the past. Last night, I did the dishes and I made dinner. Did you get them right? Now, let's talk about the rules of when you use do and make. First of all, let me give you a tip. So remember this. If we're talking about an action in general, we use do. If we're talking about producing something, we use make. So that's a general tip you can follow, but just keep in mind there are specific expressions that require one or the other. So you need to keep those in mind as well. So first let's talk about these general rules. Let's talk about when you use do. We use do with work, chores, and tasks. This is one I commonly see students confuse because I hear a lot of students say, I made my homework. I made my homework. But you don't make homework, okay? You do homework. You do a job. You do chores. You do a task. We use the verb do. Now, we also use do with an unspecified activity, and you're probably very familiar with the question, what are you doing tonight? What are you doing right now? It's a general question. I'm not asking about a specific activity. We use do. What are you doing tonight? Now, we also use do a lot when we replace a verb if the meaning is clear. So in my original example, I said, last night I did the dishes. Do the dishes. But there's another verb that we can use. You can wash the dishes. Now, because the meaning is clear, I can replace the verb wash with do. That might be a little more of an advanced thing for you to understand, but just for now, remember this expression. You do the dishes. So you've already just added one natural expression to your vocabulary because a native English speaker, we're not really gonna say wash the dishes. We say do the dishes. So now let's talk about make. Remember, we use make when you're producing something. So anything that was produced, designed, developed, or constructed, we could use make. For example, I could say this t-shirt was made in China. Now, we also use make specifically with food, drinks, and meals. And that's why I said, last night I made dinner. Can you make me a snack? Can you make me a smoothie, a beverage? Can you make me a cup of coffee? We also use make when you produce an action or a reaction from someone. For example, I could watch a movie and I could say, oh wow, that movie made me really sad. That movie made me really sad. It produced a reaction within me. Traffic makes me so angry. That's something that a lot of people say, right? Here's a good one. We use make with plans and decisions. So think of a plan could be, for example, making a dinner reservation. And with decision, you make a decision. So I could ask you, have you made a decision yet? Have you made a decision yet? Now finally, we use make when you produce sounds. For example, I could say, my microphone made a really weird buzzing noise. Or I could say, my lights are making this really high-pitched noise. We can also use it with any sort of verbal sounds. For example, at the end of a presentation, I could say, I really like that comment you made about global warming. So you make a comment because that's a sound you produce. Now let's talk about some general expressions that use either do or make. Remember, expressions in English, you just have to memorize them. So just put these ones into your vocabulary, write them down, and make sure you understand if they use do or make. So our first one, you do someone a favor. So this is a very common expression. I could say, oh, I have a lot of homework to do. Remember, you do homework. Or I have a lot of chores to do. You do chores, you do work. I have a lot of chores to do. Can you do me a favor and make the dinner reservation? So notice, I use do and make in that sentence. Can you do me a favor and make the dinner reservation? Because remember, we use make with plans and arrangements and decisions, but we're using do someone a favor. Think of that just as an expression. Do someone a favor. So can you do me a favor? Hopefully you said yes. Now, I'm sure you're already familiar with this expression, but I'll share it anyway. And that's, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do for a living? But most of the time we don't include for a living, and we simply say, what do you do? And of course, I'm asking you about your job, and we use do. Now, interestingly, we have another expression, which is make a living, to make a living. Now, when you make a living by doing something, it means that's your primary source of income. So I could say, I make a living by doing YouTube videos. That's my primary source of income. That's how I make a living. So somebody could ask me, what do you do? I'm a YouTuber. Well, how do you make a living? Because they might be asking me, okay, but how do you make money? And of course I would say, I make a living by recording YouTube videos. That's how I make a living. Now, of course, you also make money. So you make a living, which is related to money, and then also you make money. So again, somebody could ask me, what do you do? I'm a YouTuber, but how do you make money? How do you make money on YouTube, right? That's always the mystery. People want to know that. So just remember those two expressions. One of them uses do because it's a general category, but then specifically almost about producing, right? Thinking toward general category. You make money, you make a living. That's more about production. So we're using make. Now, another one that doesn't really fit into the category, but you can think of it as an expression, and that's make a mistake. You make a mistake, okay? So you don't do a mistake. Sometimes I hear that. You make a mistake. It's just an expression. So you could say, I was doing my homework, or I was doing my taxes. That's another one where we're replacing the verb, which is probably file. I was filing my taxes, but we replace that verb with do. I was doing my taxes and I made a mistake. Or we could combine two makes. I was making dinner and I made a mistake. So just keep that in mind. A lot of the time you're going to be mixing and matching in one sentence. I'll leave you with a positive expression. Think of this as an expression, and this one's with do. You do your best. Do your best. So if you say, Jennifer, I'm not sure if I can pass this quiz at the end of the video, I'm going to say, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, just do your best. So that's a nice word of encouragement, an expression of encouragement that you can use with someone if they're feeling a little apprehensive or tentative about doing something. You can say, just do your best. It doesn't matter if you make a mistake, just do your best. So with that, let's get to the quiz. So I'm going to share the quiz on the screen. You're going to have 10 questions to answer. I'll leave it up for a minute, so just pause the video. You'll need more time. And then after that minute, it will display the answers. So make sure you let us know in the comments how you did on the quiz. How many did you get right out of 10? Did you make any mistakes? And of course, just do your best. So now let's do the quiz. So how did you do with that quiz? Share your score in the comments below, and let's continue on with our next section, and let's look at the difference between do, did, or does. What's the difference between do, does, and did? Well, you need to understand that all three of these are just different forms of the verb to do. So the verb to do is the infinitive. Now, do and does are the present simple conjugations of the verb. And you simply choose one or the other based on the subject that you have. So if you're forming a sentence and your subject is I, you, we, or they, you need to choose do. If your subject is he, she, or it, so third person singular, you need to choose does. And that's it. That's the only difference between do or does in affirmative sentences in the present simple. But keep in mind that do as a verb is used in very specific sentences in the present simple. So for example, you do chores. You do chores. The verb do is what we need to complete the sentence. So I could say, I do chores every Sunday. This is a routine, is in the present simple. Because my subject is I, then I need do. Now, you can also do homework. For example, do is the verb that we use with homework. Now, I could say my sister, which of course is she as a subject, my sister does homework every night. Again, this is a routine, so I need the present simple. My subject is my sister, she, so I need does. Now let's talk about did. Did is the past simple form of the verb to do. And as a past simple verb, there's no difference with subjects. So you use did for all subjects. So that one is easier to remember. And of course, if it's the past simple, then we just need to make sure that our time reference is in the past. So I could say, we did our homework last night. She did her homework this morning, assuming this morning is already in the past, because right now is this afternoon or this evening. So this morning is in the past. She did her homework this morning. So notice, it doesn't matter if I use we or she, the subject doesn't matter because did is used for all subjects. You just need to make sure that your time reference is a past time reference, where do and does, your time reference is going to be a routine action. So you're going to hear time references like always, usually, every. Then you know it's a present simple. You're doing awesome. Let's move on and look at later and after. Later is most commonly used as an adverb, and it means at a time in the future. It's not a specific time. For example, I could say, I'll wash the dishes. Now, this is just a statement about something I'm going to do. You already know it's in the future because I used will, I'll wash the dishes. So if you'd like to add a time reference, when will you wash the dishes? You can choose later, and you can say, I'll wash the dishes later. But what does later mean? Does it really tell the person when you'll wash the dishes? Not really, because it's not a specific time reference. All we know is that you're not going to do it right now, and you'll do it at some point in the future. I'll wash the dishes later. Now, after is most commonly used as a preposition. We use after to show the sequence of events. And those sequence of events can be in terms of time, in terms of place, or in terms of order. But it is commonly used in terms of time. Sequence of events in time, which means one event is going to happen later than another event. So really, it has that same meaning as later in the sense that it's a time in the future. So what's different about them? Well, it's really just the sentence structure and how you use them, because after is a preposition. So I could say, I'll wash the dishes after something else. That's the key. We generally use after and then something else because it shows the relationship between two things. So wash the dishes, something else. What's the order of them? Which one comes first? That's how we use after. So I could say, I'll wash the dishes after I watch the movie. So I have wash dishes, watch movie, but I don't know the order. And that's what after helps us do, show the order. And in this case, it's order in time. I'll wash the dishes after I watch the movie. Now notice how I used a full clause, a full sentence with a subject, a verb, and an object. I'll wash the dishes after I watch the movie, a full clause. We don't need to do that. You can simply have a noun as well. So it could be two objects, just two nouns rather than two actions. So I could say, I'll wash the dishes after the movie. After the movie, okay? So you don't have to use a full clause, and it's probably very common for native speakers to just use the object and not include the action. I'll wash the dishes after the movie. Now here's the mistake I see students make. They say something like, I'll wash the dishes later the movie. So they use later and then they include a something, a noun, or even a clause. You can't do that. You can't say, I'll wash the dishes later the movie. Generally, we use later, period. I'll wash the dishes later. And that's it. So if you want to specify an action or a thing that comes next, you use after, and then you can specify a noun or an action. I'll wash the dishes after the movie. That's correct. Now, one final thing you can do with after is you can leave out the action or the noun. So just like I'll say, I'll wash the dishes later, period, you can do the same thing with after. I'll wash the dishes after, period. We do this when the context is obvious. So let's say you and your friend just talked about watching a movie. You're sitting on the couch. You have the remote in your hand. It's obvious. So when you say, oh, wash the dishes after, your friend knows that it's after the movie. It's obvious based on context. So if it's obvious based on context, grammatically, you can leave it out. And then you will have after and just a period. You don't have to specify the action or the noun. So just remember, probably the most important thing to remember is that you can't say later the movie. You can't say that. That's the most common mistake that I see. Amazing job. Now let's talk about cannot as one word, cannot as two words, and can't. Let's start with cannot as one word. So really pay attention that this is one word, and spelling, we have two N's, but it's in one word. Now cannot is the negative form of the verb can. That's it, simple as that. So let's take a positive sentence with can. I could say, I can pick you up at the airport. I can pick you up at the airport. That's a positive sentence. But if I want to make this sentence negative, all I need to do is change can with cannot. Remember, one word, two N's. So that would be, I cannot pick you up at the airport. So to make a positive can sentence negative, simply use one word, cannot, and replace that with can. It's as simple as that. Now, let's talk about can't. Notice the spelling. There's one end and it's a contraction, right? Every time you see the apostrophe, you know it's a contraction. So can't is just the contracted form of cannot. You can think of it as the short form. Now, you use it in the exact same way. So we take our positive sentence, I can pick you up at the airport. And then to make it negative, we just change it with can't. Can't. I can't pick you up at the airport. Can't is more common than using cannot, the longer form. Now, let's talk about cannot as two words. First of all, know that this is not the negative form of the verb can, okay? It's not the negative form. If you use it as the negative form, in spoken English, you won't hear a difference. But in written English, if you use cannot as two words, it's a spelling mistake. As simple as that, it's a spelling mistake. Okay, because the correct spelling of the negative form of can is cannot, one word. But cannot as two words still exists, but it's not very commonly used. We can use it, for example, when you have not in one part of a sentence, and then can is just your verb of that sentence. But can and not, when they're two words, aren't together, okay? Their relationship isn't together. So for example, you're probably familiar with the expression, not only but. That's a very common expression in English. Not only X, but also Y. Not only but. So notice in this expression, I have the word not only. Now, theoretically, my verb in this sentence could be can. And if that's the case, you might see can and not side by side, but they're not together. It's not making can negative. Not relates to not only but, or another expression that uses not. So for example, I could say, I can not only pick you up at the airport, I can also help you unpack. Okay, just to give an example. So notice, I can now not only pick you up at the airport. So can is just the verb in the sentence. It's not connected with not only but. I can not only pick you up at the airport, I can also help you unpack. So that's just theoretically, you could see can and not side by side as two separate words, but honestly, that's not very common, and I don't think you're going to see that. When you see can and not side by side as two words, most likely it's just a spelling mistake, and they wanted to make can negative, which is one word, cannot. So to summarize, cannot as one word is the negative form of can. Can't is a contraction of cannot. It's the most commonly used. Cannot as two words is possible, but it's not the negative form of the verb can. So now you know how to use these, and now, of course, it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 3 examples, one with cannot, the negative form, one with can, the contraction, and then why not try I can not only but. That would be a pretty advanced structure to practice. So you can leave all those examples in the comments below. You're doing wonderful. Let's continue on and look at come and came. What's the difference between come and came? Well, there's a very simple answer to this question. First, we have to know that the verb is to come. That's the infinitive form of the verb. So then you take your infinitive form and you're going to do two things. You're going to conjugate it with the subject and you're going to conjugate it with the time reference as well. The conjugations of the verb to come are the base infinitive is come, the past simple is came, and the participle is come. So your three forms of the verb, come, came, come. Come, came, come. Irregular conjugation. Now, we can use the base form in the present simple verb tense. The present simple, of course, we're talking about facts or routines. I could say, she always comes late. She always comes late. So notice, I take my verb come, but then I have to think about my subject, which is she. So I have to add an S to the verb come so it's conjugated correctly with my subject, she. She always comes late. Now, if it was they as a subject, it would be come because I don't add an S. I only add an S for he, she, it subjects. They always come late. She always comes late. They always come late. Now, I can take that same sentence, but I could talk about yesterday. If I talk about yesterday, now my time reference is in the past, so I have to conjugate the verb in the past, and in this case, I need the past simple. Your time reference will tell you what verb tense you need. Yesterday is an indicator of the past simple. In the past simple, there are no different conjugations. We only use the verb came with all subjects. So I can say, she came late yesterday. She always comes late. That's the present simple. She came late yesterday. They always come late. The present simple. They came late yesterday. The past simple. So now you know how to use come and came, but what about that third form of the verb? That's the past participle, which is also come. We use the past participle most commonly with the present perfect verb tense. The present perfect verb tense is have or has as your auxiliary verb, and then your past participle, which in this case is come. So I could say, she's come late 3 times this week. She's. Notice that S in my contraction is actually the verb has. She has come. She has, she's come late 3 times this week. Now I'm using the present perfect here because my time reference is unfinished. It starts in the past, but it's an unfinished time reference because this week is still in progress and it's possible for her to come late again. She's come to work late 3 times this week. Now, in the present perfect verb tense, the past participle come doesn't change, but we do conjugate our verb has or have depending on the subject. So if my subject is they, I need the auxiliary verb have. They have, they've come late 3 times this week. So that's how you would use come as the past participle. To summarize, we have our verb to come, and then we have the 3 forms of the verb. The first form, come, the second form, came, and the third form, come. You need to make sure you're conjugating your verb with your time reference and your subject as well. Come is a very common verb in English, so you should definitely feel confident using it in your speech. So to do that, you need to practice. So why don't you leave 3 examples, one with each form of the verb, present simple, past simple, and present perfect. And of course, you can try different subjects as well to make this very challenging, and leave your examples in the comments below. Let's keep going and look at didn't and wasn't. Both of these are the past simple forms, and both of them are past simple negative. Wasn't is the past simple negative form of the verb to be, but wasn't is only used with the subjects I, he, she, and it. Didn't is a past simple negative form, but it's an auxiliary verb, which means it doesn't have a base verb itself. It's used with any base verb. So our sentence structure would be subject, didn't, base verb to form a complete sentence that's past simple negative. To understand both of these, let's start with a positive sentence in the present. So we'll do a present simple positive sentence, and then we'll see how we can change that sentence into the past simple negative so you can see the transformation of how we use didn't and wasn't. So let's start with our positive present simple sentence for the verb to be. I'm there. I'm there. Pretty simple, right? To be there. I'm there. Or I could say, she's there. Now, I can make this sentence negative in the present simple simply by adding not. I'm not there. She isn't there. But remember, wasn't is the form of the verb to be, and it's negative, but it's used in the past simple. So I need to take my two sentences and have a past simple time reference. So let's use yesterday. Yesterday, I know I'm in the past simple, and I know that my sentence is going to be negative. So I can say, yesterday, she wasn't there. Yesterday, I wasn't there. So that's how the transformation took place from having a present simple positive to present simple negative to past simple negative. And remember, wasn't is only used for the subjects I, he, she, it. So let's do the same thing and see how we can get to didn't. So let's start with a present simple positive sentence. I go to bed at 10:30. So here my verb is go, to go. I go to bed at 10:30. Now, when we take regular verbs, excluding to be as a verb has different rules, okay? So when we take regular verbs, like the verb go, we have our positive in the present simple. To form the negative in the present simple, I need an auxiliary verb. And that auxiliary verb that I'm going to use is don't. I don't go to bed at 10:30. This is the auxiliary verb for the subjects I, you, we, and they. I don't go to bed at 10:30. So now I have a negative sentence, but it's in the present simple. It talks about a routine, but I want to talk about a past simple. So I can use the keyword yesterday, so I know I'm in the past simple. Yesterday, I didn't go to bed at 10:30. So to form a negative sentence in the past simple for regular verbs, we need to follow our structure subject, didn't, and then our base verb. Our base verb is go. I didn't go to bed at 10:30 yesterday. So remember, wasn't is only used with the verb to be, and it's only used with the verb to be with the subjects I, he, she, it. Didn't is used for regular verbs in the past simple negative as the auxiliary verb, and your sentence structure is subject, didn't, base verb. That's how you would form complete sentences in the past simple negative. So now is your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 examples, one with wasn't and one with didn't. Put them in the comments below and make sure you have a past simple reference. So it could be yesterday, but it could be other past simple time references as well. You're doing so great. Let's keep going and look at do you and are you. Both of these are question forms in the present simple, but they use different verbs and different structures. So let's begin with are you. Now, are, of course, is the verb to be. So are you is forming a question in the present simple using the verb to be. Our subject is you. So that's why we need are, because that's the conjugated verb to be with our subject you. Now we use the verb to be in the present simple for facts. Facts about the world or facts about ourselves as well. For example, I could ask you, because remember this is a question, so you're going to ask someone about a fact. So I could ask you, are you American or British? Are you? Are you American or British? Now, another fact would be your job. So I could ask you, are you a software engineer? Now, I could also ask you a fact about your physical description, and I could ask you, for example, are you tall? Assuming we're chatting and I can't see you, so I don't know if you're tall or not, and I could ask, are you tall? Now let's take a look at the sentence structure. Because using the verb to be in question form, we use something called inversion. So we take our subject and our verb, which would be the structure for a positive sentence, and we invert them, which means we switch them. So our sentence structure for questions using the verb to be in the present simple is verb plus subject plus object. So we know our verb is the verb to be, are, and we know our subject is you because we're only talking about are, so our subject and our verb need to conjugate. Are you? And then I just need my object, the question, the rest of the sentence. Are you tall? Now keep that sentence structure in mind while we take a look at do you. Do you is also a question form in the present simple. The difference is do is an auxiliary verb, which means do doesn't have any meaning in that word. It's only there grammatically. So to have meaning in the sentence, we need a main verb. Do is the auxiliary verb, and we still need a main verb. Now, in the present simple, I'm going to ask you about yourself or about your routine. So, for example, I could ask, do you live in London? So, of course, here, live is our main verb. But I need my auxiliary verb do. Do you live in London? I can't just do inversion with my subject and verb. If I did that, it would be live you in London? Live you in London? And we know that isn't grammatically correct for English sentence structure. So we need our auxiliary verb do. And do is conjugated with our subject you. Do you live in London? Another question. Do you have a dog? So here, have is our main verb, but I can't say, have you a dog? So I need, do you have a dog? I need my auxiliary verb, do. So compare our two sentence structures, because here our sentence structure is auxiliary verb, subject, main verb. Auxiliary verb is do because our subject is you, and do conjugates with the subject you. Do you, and now we need a main verb, but the form of this is the base verb, which means it's the infinitive without to. So to live, we get rid of to, and we have live. Do you live? And then the rest of the sentence, the object. So with are you, our sentence structure was verb, subject, object. Do you, our sentence structure is auxiliary verb, do, subject, main verb, which is the base verb, and then the object. They're both used in question form with the present simple. And this is something that you absolutely must know to understand basic English sentence structure. So now it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 questions in the comments below, one with do you and one with are you. Amazing job. Now let's look at the difference between ever and never. You can think of ever as at least once, or one or more times. That's ever. Now, never, you can think of this as 0 times. Never, 0 times, not once. Ever and never are commonly used in the present perfect, especially in question form. So let's take a question in the present perfect. Have you been to Banff? Have you been to Banff? Now, in the present perfect, it's extremely common. In fact, it even sounds more natural to me to use the word ever. Have you ever been to Banff? Now, we add ever to present perfect questions because they're asking about life experience. And remember, it means at least once. So if you've been to Banff at least once or more in your life, then you can answer yes to the question. If you've been to Banff 0 times, then you'll say, no, I've never been to Banff. So notice ever, we use it in the question form, but we don't use it in the positive answer. As a positive answer, I would just say, yeah, I've been to Banff once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, and I give my answer. So let me ask you a question in the present perfect. Have you ever been skydiving? So, have you ever been skydiving? You can put your answer in the comments below, and also why don't you ask us a have you ever question and make it a fun and interesting question. Put that in the comments below. Now, although ever and never are very commonly used in the present perfect, we can also use them in the present simple. Never is very commonly used in the present simple. So remember, it means 0 times. And in the present simple, we're asking about routine actions. So we're asking about the frequency of actions you do. So it would be very common to say never for certain actions. For example, I could say, I never work out at night. I never work out at night. So this is not part of my daily routine. It takes place 0 times in my daily routine. We can use ever in question form in the present simple, although it's much less common than it is in the present perfect. But I could ask you, do you ever work out at night? Now in this case, I'm asking you about the frequency of this action in your daily routine. So as a reply, you're just going to use an adverb of frequency and say, oh, I sometimes work out, I usually work out, I frequently work out, I rarely work out, and you're going to give me your answer. Remember, if it's 0 times, then you use never. I never work out at night. So what about you? Do you ever work out at night? You can put your answer in the comments below, and at the same time, why don't you ask your fellow students a question using do you ever? So remember, this is a present simple question. You're asking about the frequency of that action in their daily routine. So now you know the difference between ever and never, and remember to do all the practice in the comments below. This is our last section. Now let's look at the difference between for or since. I hear so many mistakes with these two words, and as we go through this lesson, you'll complete quizzes to make sure you really understand how to use for and since. Now, there's a specific time that you need to choose either for or since. They're not interchangeable, and it will make your sentence grammatically incorrect if you're using the wrong one. So first, let's talk about for. We use for duration, okay? So you can think of it as a time that has a start and an end, a duration of time. For example, for 20 minutes, for 3 weeks, for 7 months, or how about for 12 years? Now, we use since with a specific time. So you can think of it as a precise moment in time. For example, 9 a.m. last Monday, June 3rd, 2014. So that's the first thing you need to know to use these correctly. For is a duration of time, and since is a specific time. Now let's talk about the verb tenses that you need for each. So here's a little quiz for you. I'm going to show you some sentences using for in different verb tenses. And I want you to tell me which ones are correct and which ones are incorrect. And keep in mind, we're talking about the verb tense specifically. So that's what you need to look at. So I'll show you the example sentences now. So which ones are correct and which ones are incorrect? Let us know in the comments. Well, I hate to break it to you, but this was a trick question because they're all correct. And the point is that for can be used with many different verb tenses. It's quite diverse in that way. Now, let's do the same thing, but this time we'll do it with since. So again, the time references are all correct. I'm using them all with specific time, but let's take a look at the verb tenses. So I'll show you the sentences and I want you to let us know which ones are correct and incorrect. So how'd you do with this one? How about in the comments, let us know which ones are correct, okay? Put it in the comments. Now this one wasn't a trick question because since is a lot more limited. So here are our example sentences. The only correct ones were number 1 and number 3. You can use since with the present perfect and the present perfect continuous. The reason why is because since we use this for an action that started in the past but continues until now, and we actually don't know when that action is going to end. But it's important, it started in the past, continues till now and is still in progress. That's when we can use since. All right, so now you know that for is used for a duration of time and it's very diverse. You can use it with many different verb tenses. You know that since we need a specific time and you can use it with the present perfect and the present perfect continuous. Now let me show you a sentence that I see almost every day and it's wrong. And the sentence is, I've been learning English since 2 years. All right, this sentence is wrong. Now, I want you to take this sentence and make it a correct sentence. You're going to need to change either the for or since or the time reference, okay? So make your change and put the correct sentence in the comments below. And also, I want you to practice your own sentence. So leave a comment and use a sentence with for and a sentence with since. You're doing such a great job. Let's review some more advanced grammar topics. And again, these are common mistakes I see every day. First, let's talk about the difference between been and being. Both of these are simply different forms of the verb to be. So been is the past participle and being is the present participle. Now, when you use one or the other simply depends on the verb tense that the sentence requires. And how do you know which verb tense the sentence requires? Well, you need to look at your time reference and understand where you are on a timeline, and if you're talking about the past, the present, or the future, and how those actions interact with one another, okay? So we use been in the present perfect verb tense. For example, how have you been? The question, how have you been? This is in the present perfect. And then your answer could also be in the present perfect. I've been busy. I have, as a contraction, I've been busy. So your key here to know when to use been or being is that been is used with the auxiliary verb have. But remember that have can be conjugated as has with he or she. So it would be she has been busy, I have been busy. So when you see the verb have or has, you know your sentence needs been. And that's the present perfect verb tense. Now, another time we use been is in the past perfect. So, for example, I had been there. I had been there. Here, your key is that been is used with had. So had is just the past form of the verb have. So again, you can just memorize when you see have, even if it's in a different conjugation or in the past, you need been. Being, on the other hand, is used with completely different verb tenses. Being is a present participle, so it's used in the continuous form. It's the verb in ing. In that sense, it's used in the present continuous. I could say, she's being difficult. She's being difficult. So here, your key is that being is used with the auxiliary verb to be. She is a form of the verb to be. It would be you are being difficult. Are is an auxiliary of the verb to be. So when you have the verb to be, you know you need being. We also use being in the past continuous. I could say she was being difficult or they were being difficult. So again, we're using the auxiliary verb to be, but it's just conjugated in the past as was or were. So your clue for being is when it's used with the verb to be in a present form conjugated with the subject, or in the past form, which is either was or were. Now, being can also be used as a gerund verb. So that's the verb in ing, but is actually being used as the subject of a sentence. So, simply put, I can start my sentence with a gerund verb. And this is to make a general statement that applies to a general situation. So I could say, being difficult is not a good personality trait. Okay, it's just a general statement that applies most of the time. Being difficult is not a good personality trait. So notice my sentence starts with the verb being because that's the gerund verb. So that's a more advanced way to use the verb being. So that's to summarize, when you're going to use been or being, remember that they're just different forms of the verb to be, and when you use them depends on the verb tense that the sentence requires, and the sentence requires a specific verb tense depending on the time reference and if you're in the past, present, or future. So now this is a lot of information. The best way to truly understand this information is to practice it. So you have a lot of work to do. I want you to leave 5 sentences in the comments. 1 with the present perfect, past perfect, present continuous, past continuous, and bonus points if you can get a gerund statement. Remember, all of these are using been or being. So get to work. You're going to have to review this lesson again because there's a lot of information in here. So just take it slow. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about the difference between been to and been in. So here are 2 example sentences. I've been to Paris 5 times. I've been in Paris for 5 weeks. What's the difference between these sentences? Well, let's talk about the first one. I've been to Paris 5 times. Notice that this sentence is in the present perfect. The structure of the present perfect is subject, have or has conjugated with the subject, the participle form of the verb. The verb here is the verb to be. So the past participle of the verb to be is been. We use been with all the subjects. And then the rest of your sentence. I've been to Paris 5 times. So why is this sentence in the present perfect? Well, it's because we use the present perfect for life experience. And we use it for life experience because our life is an ongoing timeline. And because of that, we're talking about actions that started in the past, such as traveling to Paris, but it's an unfinished timeline. So I can continue doing this action in the future. So I've been to Paris 5 times until now, and it's possible for me to go to Paris again. So maybe next year I'll say I've been to Paris 6 times. Because of that, the sentence is in the present perfect. When we use the present perfect with the verb to be, to as our preposition, and a location, such as I've been to Paris, Paris is the location, 5 times. So we do this to talk about places we've traveled or places we haven't traveled, because things we haven't done is also part of our life experience. So we can put things we haven't done in the present perfect as well. So for example, I could say I've been to Thailand once, but I haven't been to Myanmar. Now let's compare this to I've been in Paris for 5 weeks. Now here, this sentence is also in the present perfect. But the reason why this sentence is in the present perfect is different. We're not talking about life experience per se. We're talking about an action that started in the past and continues until now. So notice I said I've been in Paris for 5 weeks. So what this means is 5 weeks ago, I arrived in Paris. That action started in the past. But here's the important thing. I'm in Paris right now. If I say I've been in Paris for 5 weeks, I'm currently in Paris. Okay? That's the very important thing to keep in mind. So when we use the present perfect with the verb to be, the preposition in, and then a location, this is used to talk about where we are now, and that action started in the past, but it continues until now. For example, I could say, my flight was canceled, so I've been in Texas for 3 days. So right now, I'm in Texas. Maybe I'm not supposed to be in Texas. I'm supposed to be in Paris, but my flight was canceled, so I'm stuck in Texas. The action started in the past 3 days ago, and it continues until now. I've been in Texas for 3 days. So now you know how to use the present perfect with the verb to be. I've been to, or I've been in, and a location. So it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 examples, and why not try different subjects so you can practice conjugating your verb have or has with your subject. So put those in the comments below. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about the difference between has gone and was gone. So first you need to see these in sentences to understand the full context. She's already gone home. Notice that contraction, she's. In this case, the S represents has. She has already gone home. She's already gone home. Or I could say, she was gone when I got home. So what's the difference between these two? Well, they're different verb tenses. Has gone is the present perfect verb tense. We form the present perfect with the subject, has or have, depending on the subject, and the third form of the verb, the past participle. So in our sentence, she's already gone home, our main verb in this sentence is the verb to go. And then we're taking that verb go and we're conjugating it in the present perfect. Because our subject is she, we need has as our auxiliary verb. And then I take my verb go and I put it in the third form, the past participle, and that's gone. Go, went, gone. She's already gone home. And this sentence is in the present perfect because it's a completed past action, but it has a present consequence. Now let's talk about was gone. This sentence structure is to be gone. So in this case, gone is being used as an adjective, and our main verb is be. Now because of that, we need to conjugate our main verb in the past, present, or future. And in this case, was is the past simple conjugation of the verb to be. And it's the past simple with the subject she. She was gone when I got home. In terms of meaning, when I say she was gone when I got home, all I'm saying is that she's no longer here now. So now you can see we have 2 different sentence structures. In the first one, we have the verb to go, conjugated in the present perfect. In the second one, we have the sentence structure to be gone, conjugated in the past simple. Now you might be wondering, when do we use to go and when do we use to be gone? Well, we use the verb to go when we're talking about movement. And we use the verb to be gone simply to mean no longer here. So we want to emphasize the absence of something or someone, not necessarily their movement. Another difference is that to go, talking about movement, this is used in an everyday context, is the most commonly used, the most natural. When we use to be gone, talking about the absence, this is used more in a narrative. So when perhaps you're telling a story, it could be a story to a friend, it could be in a book, it could be in a movie, in a newspaper article, for example, but you would expect to hear that sentence structure more in a narrative form. So now you know the difference between has gone and was gone. So it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 examples, one with has gone and one with was gone, in the comments below. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about how to use the sentence structure having plus past participle. The past participle is your third form of the verb. Now we use this structure when the action is complete. So whatever the action is, if the structure having plus past participle is used, you know that the person has done that action. Now, as for sentence structure, this is commonly used to start a sentence. So in that case, notice your sentence starts with the verb having. It doesn't start with a subject. It starts with having. And it's just implied that whoever is talking is the subject. So for example, one of the most common ways to use this is having said that. Having said that. So said, of course, is the third form of the verb say. Having said that. Now, when somebody uses this expression, they're letting you know that they're going to reference something that they've previously said. In this expression, having said that, the that is the words that the person previously said. Now, normally they just said it. It was what they just said. It is possible that it could be something they said a while ago, but generally it's they just said it. So for example, you could be in a meeting and your boss is praising everyone, saying, awesome job, guys. We really did a great job this week. Our sales are up, our performance is up, and those are the words. Now, he wants to transition, and he could say, having said that, so he's referencing the words he just said. Remember, the words he just said were positive, okay? So you could say, having said that, we still have a lot of work to do. So he's giving you all this praise, but he wants you to keep in mind that there's still work to do. So he's balancing it out. Having said that, we still have a lot of work to do. So that's a very common way to use this expression. But you don't have to only use it with the verb say. You can use this with pretty much any verb. But remember, it's to show that the action is complete. Let's say my friend and I are talking about marathons, and my friend wants to run a marathon and is talking about training for this marathon. Now I could say, having run a marathon. Having run a marathon, I can give you some tips. So I'm letting my friend know that this action of running a marathon is complete for me. I've done it. I've run a marathon. Having run a marathon, I can give you some tips. So we commonly use this just to show the experiences that we've had that are complete for us in order to educate, or in order to inform, or maybe even in order to show sympathy or empathy for someone, to show that you understand their situation because you've experienced it as well. Now, I talked about how most commonly it's used to start a sentence. This isn't the only location. You can use it as the second part of a sentence, and it's going to follow a comma. So for example, I could say, New York City is known for its busy streets. And having lived there, I can confirm that this is true. So notice, it starts the next part of a sentence after a comma, and I'm just using and to show that connection between the two ideas. Of course, I can divide these into two separate sentences and say, New York City is known for its busy streets, period. Having lived there, I can confirm that is true. So the choice is yours. It doesn't really matter. It probably just depends on the sentence. But you will see this most commonly at the start of a sentence. And the important thing to remember is that the action is complete. So now you know how to use this advanced sentence structure. Of course, it's your turn to practice, so I want you to leave 3 different examples using 3 different verbs, so you also really get comfortable with the past participle because you need the third form of the verb, which is the least common verb used. So I want you to get comfortable with that as well. So leave 3 different examples in the comments below. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about the different ways you can use the verb appreciate.
So our first sentence structure that we can use is you can appreciate plus a noun. So this is the sentence structure. You would have obviously subject and then your verb appreciate conjugated with your subject, time reference, and subject as well. And then followed by the word appreciate, you have a noun. A noun is either a something or a someone. So you can say, I appreciate your time. So most likely that's what we need to do here is just get rid of this word devoting and just put, I appreciate something. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your help. You can also just appreciate someone. I appreciate you. Or you can use it in the negative. My boss doesn't appreciate everything I do for this company. So this is probably the most common sentence structure with appreciate. Another sentence structure, when you want to talk about someone else, is what we needed here is a someone else. So with that, most likely you're going to use appreciate plus that and then a clause. Now, a clause, you need a subject, a verb, and a lot of the times an object, but at least you need a subject and a verb. So you can say, I appreciate that you spent your weekend helping me move. Now, this really means the same thing as I appreciated your help this weekend. Or we can say I appreciate now, even though you helped the weekend and it's already done, or it could be a future as well. I appreciate your help this weekend. So another sentence structure is we're just going to add the 2 words, the fact. When we do this, the meaning does not change between this one. I appreciate that and clause. When we add the fact, to me, it sounds more emphasized, making it a little bit more dramatic, stronger. I appreciate the fact that you spent your weekend helping me move. Again, just emphasizing it. Again, we can just simply say, I appreciate something, your help this weekend. Now, This is a sentence structure that most likely many students aren't using, or they're not using correctly. And they're not using it correctly because of what happens after the WH. So we have appreciate, then WH, which is who, what, when, why, where, or how. We consider how a WH. And then we still need a clause. So you have a subject, verb, and object. So we don't have a verb beside the WH. We have a subject, okay? So you could say, I appreciate who they are as people. So who is our WH, and then we have a clause. They are, subject, verb. Now, honestly, this really just means I appreciate them. It's just another way of saying it, really. And that's what I want you to understand from this, is that there are many different ways in English to say the same thing. And they're all correct. They're just simply different grammatical structures. And when you feel really confident with your English, it's because you're able to use different structures and understand how to use them correctly, and understand when the meaning changes and when the meaning doesn't change as well. You could say, I appreciate everyone who sent in a question or questions, who sent in a question. I appreciate what you're trying to say. I appreciate what you do for this company. I appreciate when you submit your questions. I appreciate where you're trying to take this company. Or I appreciate why you feel you deserve a promotion. Now, how? A lot of times when we use how, you're going to see much. I appreciate how much you do for this company. So this is a more advanced sentence structure, but I really encourage you to get comfortable with it. But make sure you pay attention that the WH plus a subject. A final sentence structure that you can use is appreciate, and then a pronoun, and then a gerund. This is also a more advanced structure. You can say, I appreciate you helping me today. So here, this is exactly the same as I appreciate your help today, or I appreciate the fact that you helped me today. I appreciate how much you helped me today. Ultimately, they're saying the same thing. They're just really different sentence structures.
Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about the difference between the verbs wonder and wondering. What's the difference between I wonder, I'm wondering, and I was wondering? Let's look at all three in an example sentence. I wonder what time the store opens. I'm wondering what time the store opens. I was wondering what time the store opens. What's the difference between all three? Ultimately, there's a very subtle difference, and you can use any one of the three and it will be grammatically correct, it will sound natural, and there'll be a very minor difference in meaning. The difference is quite insignificant, so don't overthink this. If the explanation is too complicated for you, just know that anyone will do the trick. Now let's look at the difference between them a little bit more. Well, you've probably noticed that the verb tense is different. Now, that's really it. The verb tense is different, but ultimately the meaning is the same. So of course, I wonder what time the store opens. What verb tense is this? The present simple. We use the verb wonder in the present simple, mainly when it's an in general situation. So the fact that we're wondering isn't really limited to this moment in time, it's just taking place in general. And we also use I wonder more when we're thinking out loud. I wonder what I should have for lunch today. But as we're thinking out loud, we don't always want an answer or expect an answer. So let's imagine that you're my coworker and you're standing right beside me. We're in the kitchen at work and I say out loud, I wonder what I should have for lunch today. I don't necessarily want you to reply. I'm just thinking out loud. But if you, as my coworker, if you did reply and you suggested something I should have for lunch, I wouldn't be offended by it. I would gladly accept it. But the purpose of saying it isn't to get a reply. It's more just thinking out loud. I'm wondering is, of course, in the present continuous. The present continuous is used for actions taking place right now. So in this case, when I use the present continuous, I'm putting emphasis on the fact that I'm wondering right now. This is taking place right now. We generally use I'm wondering in the present continuous to ask an indirect question. For example, I might say, I'm wondering if you could help me move tonight. I'm wondering if you could help me move tonight. Now it's an indirect question because I'm not saying directly, can you help me move tonight, which would be a direct question. It's an indirect question. But in this case, I do expect you to reply back and give me an answer. I was wondering is the past continuous. In this case, we're putting emphasis on the fact that the action, I was wondering, the action of wondering took place in the past. But here's what you need to know. Even though the action of wondering happened in the past, I can still ask you an indirect question now. I was wondering if you can help me move tonight. So in this case, there really is no difference in meaning between the present continuous and the past continuous. I can still use it to ask an indirect question now. It's just whether I was contemplating, wondering that now or in the past. So that's the very subtle difference in meaning, but remember what I said at the beginning, that ultimately all three can be used to make a statement in the present, even though they use completely different verb tenses. So the grammar is different, and there is a subtle difference in meaning. However, ultimately all three are acceptable forms. So now it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 3 different examples using the present simple, present continuous, and past continuous of the verb wonder. So leave those in the comments below. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about how to use the advanced sentence structure, not only X, but also Y. We use the expression not only X, but also Y to identify 2 characteristics, traits, or points. This is a formal expression. You can use it in a business presentation or in a formal report or an academic essay. It will help you sound very advanced. Now, we have X and Y. The thing to keep in mind is that X and Y are both going to be positive points or they're both going to be negative points. But we're not making a contrast with X and Y, so they have to match. For example, I could say, Paul's not only intelligent, but also funny. So here our X and Y is intelligent and funny. Now notice in the second part of our sentence, but also funny, notice how I didn't repeat the subject and verb. I didn't repeat, but he is also funny. That subject and verb is going to apply for both parts of the sentence. So if you say it in part 1, you don't have to repeat it in part 2 if it's the exact same subject and verb. Now we use this structure, not only X, but also Y, to add emphasis to our 2 points. Because let's compare this to just a very simple statement, and I could say, Paul's intelligent and funny. Paul's intelligent and funny. Both of these expressions have the exact same meaning. I would say just using not only, but also, I'm emphasizing those 2 traits and characteristics. Plus, it sounds a lot more advanced. Now, in this example, both of our traits are positive. Intelligent is positive and funny is positive. But I could also use an example where both the traits are negative. For example, I could say, Petra's not only lazy, but also irresponsible. So notice, both my traits, my X and Y, they match. They're both negative. Let's look at another example. I improved not only my speaking, but also my writing. Now notice here, I improved. My verb is in the past. If this was an action in progress, I could say I'm improving. I'm improving not only, but also. Now notice in the second part, I still don't repeat the subject and the verb because it's the same for the first part and the second part, so it's not necessary. Now let's look at one more example where I'm going to change the structure just a little bit. I could say, not only does she speak German, she also speaks Dutch. Now, notice I'm beginning with not only. In this specific case, when I begin with not only, I have to include do as an auxiliary verb. And of course, do is going to be conjugated in the present simple or the past simple or whatever time reference you have. So here, not only does she speak German, but of course, in a normal sentence, I would simply say she speaks German. I wouldn't use the auxiliary verb do. I'm using it in this case only because I'm starting with not only. You can think of this just as a grammar rule that you need to apply to this specific structure when you begin with not only. Not only does she speak German, she also speaks Dutch. Now notice in the second part, I'm not repeating the auxiliary verb does. It's not necessary. This is a little more of an advanced structure. If it's too advanced for you, then you don't need it because you can simply say she speaks not only German, but also Dutch. The meaning is exactly the same. I just wanted to give you the opportunity to take it a little more advanced as well. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about the difference between over and during. So what's the difference between saying, we went to the beach over the weekend? We went to the beach during the weekend. Now in this context, over and during have the exact same meaning. However, we only use them in the same way in very specific expressions. This isn't something we do all the time. You can use over or during, and there's no difference when you're talking about the weekend holidays, seasons, vacation, or meals. For example, you could say, let's discuss this over lunch. Let's discuss this during lunch. Lunch is a meal. And remember, I said we can use over or during for meals. Now, generally, native speakers will use over or during without any difference, but there is a subtle difference in meaning. And that's when we use over, it sounds like it's the entire time, from start to finish. So if I say, let's talk about this over lunch, to me, it sounds like the entire lunch, from start to finish, will be discussing the project. So let's discuss the project over lunch. That's the only thing we're doing. But if I say, let's discuss the project during lunch, to me that sounds like at one specific point during lunch. It could be at the beginning of lunch, it could be at the middle of lunch, it could be at the end of lunch. But at one specific point, we'll discuss the project. But we'll do other things as well. So that's the difference, although it's subtle, and most native speakers will just use one or the other without thinking about that difference. Now just remember that we only use over and during interchangeably in that very specific context of weekends, holidays, vacation, meal, and seasons. Outside of those specific categories, they have different meanings and they're not interchangeable. So for example, I have to say, nobody talked during the presentation. I can't say nobody talked over the presentation. That doesn't sound right because the presentation is not one of the categories I gave you. Or for example, the presentation went for over 3 hours. Now in this case, over means more than. It went for more than 3 hours. It went for over 3 hours. So I can't change it to during, and I can't say the presentation went for during 3 hours. That doesn't work. So most of the time, they don't have the same meaning. Again, just remember those categories: the weekend, holidays, vacation, seasons, and meals. You can use either one. I cleaned the garage over the weekend. I cleaned the garage during the weekend. So now it's your turn to practice. I want you to leave 2 examples, both using over and during. So make sure you choose one of those categories and leave 2 examples in the comments below. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about the difference between the past simple and the present perfect. And specifically, we're looking at the 2 sentences, I already ate and I've already eaten. Now, of course, you need to notice the structure. So you need to know how to form the past simple and the present perfect. So just keep that in mind. And let's talk about the meaning of these 2. So we use the past simple with a completed past action, right? This action is complete. I already ate. That is a finished, completed action in the past. Now, let's talk about the present perfect. Here's what you need to keep in mind. The present perfect has many different uses depending on the context. In this lesson, we're specifically talking about comparing these 2 sentences. So in this specific context, the present perfect can be used for a past action with a present consequence, okay? There are other ways we use the present perfect. We're not going to discuss those. We're specifically talking about this one meaning, a past action with a present consequence. I've already eaten. So as you can see, just from their definitions, that they can both be used with a completed past action. The difference is the present perfect, present. There's a connection to the present, okay? So keep that as your memory aid. Present perfect, present, connection to the present. With the past simple, that connection to the present isn't there. One other thing you need to keep in mind is that a native English speaker is not a grammar expert. A native English speaker is going to use these two sentences in this specific context. They're going to use these two sentences interchangeably, and there's not going to be a difference in meaning. So when a native speaker says, I already ate, or I've already eaten, there's no difference at all. If you ask them, why did you say this one and not this one? They're not going to know because they don't study grammar, okay? And they're both acceptable, so just keep that in mind. A native speaker is going to use them interchangeably with no difference in meaning. But let's talk about that subtle difference in meaning when we say that the present perfect can be used with a past action that has a present consequence. What does that mean, a present consequence? So let's just think about that. I already ate. In the past simple, just remember, completed past action. It's done, it's over. I already ate. Now, when I say I've already eaten, there's some sort of connection to the present. So you can always think of it in your head as I've already eaten, so now, okay? I've already eaten, so now, because connection to the present, I've already eaten, so now I'm not hungry. So now, I don't want a piece of cake. So now, I don't want to go to that restaurant with you, okay? I've already eaten. But keep in mind that so now, we don't verbalize it. We don't say it out loud. It's just implied in the context, okay? So let's take a look at a few more examples. I could say, I talked to my boss. Just a completed past action. Or I could say, I've talked to my boss. So what's the connection to the present? Maybe I've talked to my boss, so now I'm going to leave. Maybe that's just the connection to the present. It could be anything. Again, we don't verbalize that. It's just implied. How about this one? I checked the mail. Just completed past action. I checked the mail. Or I've checked the mail in the present perfect. I've checked the mail. What's the connection to the present? I've checked the mail, so you don't have to. That could be the connection to the present. One more example. I booked the hotel. Completed past action. Or I could say, I've booked the hotel in the present perfect. I've booked the hotel, so now we're going on vacation. Maybe that's the connection to the present. So now I'm excited. Remember, we don't specifically say it, it's just implied. And also, in all of these examples, in this specific context, a native English speaker is going to use them interchangeably without a difference in meaning. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. Now let's talk about how you can correctly use three very common verbs: recommend, suggest, and advise. So let's say you're at a restaurant, you're looking through the menu, and then you ask your server, what would you recommend me? Or you're discussing a problem with your boss and you ask, what would you suggest me? What do you think about these sentences? Are these sentences grammatically correct or incorrect? What do you think? Well, these sentences are wrong. You can't say, what would you recommend me, suggest me, yet I hear it every single day. In fact, I hear this so much from students that it's starting to sound normal just because I hear it every single day, and I have to remember that's not correct. And the reason why this is incorrect is because the sentence structure is incorrect. Following the verb recommend, suggest, we do not want an object pronoun. Me is an object pronoun. The good news is there's a very easy way to fix this. Just don't say me. If you're at a restaurant, say, what would you recommend? If you're talking to your boss, say, what do you suggest? That's all you need to do, because grammatically, from a sentence structure, we don't want the object pronoun. Now let's take a look at this example I saw on Youglish. The example is, I recommend you find 150 books. Now this is where students get confused because they see you, I recommend you. So why can't I say, what would you recommend me? Because this you is not an object pronoun. It's tricky because you is both the subject pronoun, I, you, he, she, it, we, they, and you is also the object pronoun, me, you, him, her. But in this sentence, the you is a subject pronoun. Now you'll notice here we have our verb recommend, and then following the verb recommend we have a clause. A clause is a subject, a verb, and an object. I recommend you is the subject, find is the verb, 150 books is the object. Now, in written English, you can use that to connect recommend and the clause. I recommend that. I suggest that. It's optional, and in written English, it's most commonly included, but in spoken English, it's most commonly left out. So based on what I just said, what do you think about this sentence? The doctor suggested me to lose weight. Is this sentence correct or incorrect? What do you think? The doctor suggested me to lose weight. It's wrong. You can't say this because me is an object pronoun, and we do have a verb, but the verb isn't even conjugated with anything. It's just in the infinitive form. So remember, we need recommend, suggest, plus a clause. A clause is a subject, a verb, and an object. So how can we fix this sentence? We can say, the doctor recommended that I lose weight. I is our subject. Lose is our verb. Notice the verb is conjugated with the subject, and our object is weight. Remember, that is optional. Most likely, I'll keep it in with written English and I'll leave it out with spoken English. The doctor recommended I lose weight. Another quiz for you. What do you think about this sentence? Would you recommend me for the promotion? Would you recommend me for the promotion? What do you think? Is this good or bad? This is good. Don't be confused. I'm going to make this very clear for you. Would you recommend me for the promotion? In this sentence, I am not receiving the recommendation. I am the recommendation, because you can recommend something. For example, I recommend the duck. If you're at a restaurant and you're looking for different items, there's chicken, fish, and duck. I recommend the duck. That's a something. So in this case, I am the recommendation. I'm the recommendation for the promotion. Think of it like this. Your boss asks you, who should we recommend for the promotion? Who should we recommend? We should recommend Jennifer. Of course, why wouldn't you? We should recommend Jennifer. I am the recommendation. So in my question, remember, I asked my colleague, would you recommend me for the promotion? This is not the same as saying, what would you recommend me? Because that is incorrect. In that case, I'm receiving the recommendation. I am not the recommendation. I'm receiving it. And then you don't want an object pronoun, and you simply say, what would you recommend? I recommend the duck. Who would you recommend? I recommend Jennifer. There is another sentence structure you need to know, and that's recommend, suggest, plus gerund. Gerund is your verb in ing. For example, I recommend drinking 8 glasses of water a day. I recommend ordering the duck. Now let's talk about advise. You can say he advised signing the contract. So what do you notice here? What's the sentence structure? What do we have right here? Well, of course, we have advise plus gerund. So this is the same thing we can do with recommend or suggest. And you can also say, he advised that I sign the contract. So what do you notice about this sentence structure? Well, it's advise plus that, which is optional. And then we have our clause, subject, verb, and then our object. So this is also the exact same sentence structure you can use with recommend or suggest. Now, what about this sentence? He advised me to sign the contract. Advised me. He advised me. What do you think? Is this correct or incorrect? Well, this is correct. So with this specific verb, advise, you can have a pronoun. You can advise someone. But notice what comes next. We have our infinitive, to plus base verb. He advised me. He advised him. He advised her. He advised you to sign, to go, to eat, to drink. Any infinitive. And then our object, the contract. So advise is more flexible. You can use it with the gerund, the clause, and you can even say advise me. So now let's talk about explain, because I hear this every single day. Teacher, can you explain me how to use the present perfect? What do you think about that? Can you explain me? Is that correct or incorrect? Well, you should know this by now. It's wrong. You don't explain someone. You explain to someone. This is why I saved explain for the end, but I really wanted you to learn it because it's the same thing. We don't want an object pronoun. Explain me? No. Explain to me. That's all you need to do. You need to add that preposition to because you explain to someone. Now, most commonly, we use the structure explain something to someone. Can you explain the present perfect to me? Now, if it's obvious that you're the one receiving the explanation, you don't even have to say it. You don't need to say to me, to him, to us, to them. If it's obvious, you can just say, can you explain the present perfect? That's fine. But you don't want to say, can you explain me? So please take the time to study and learn what I taught you in this video because you will not sound fluent. You will not sound natural. You will not pass your IELTS or your language exam if you say, recommend me, explain me. That's a beginner mistake, but I hear all my students, advanced students from every background, use that sentence structure. So take the time, watch this video multiple times to really understand the sentence structure, and then leave some examples in the comments below because you really need to practice it the correct way and get lots of repetitions with the correct form. Are you ready for your quiz? Here are your questions. Hit pause, take as much time as you need, and when you're ready, hit play to see the answers. I'm sure every day you say, I need help. Let me share some other ways that I say this and you can too. You can say, could you walk me through, and then whatever you're struggling with. For example, how to export this document. So notice here, the expression is to walk someone. Could you walk me through something? How to export this document. Now, to walk someone through something means to explain in detail, to show step by step.
Could you walk me through it?
You could also say, any chance you know how to export this document. So here, notice I'm saying any chance. That is in spoken English. The full grammatical structure is there any chance? But in spoken English, we generally drop the is there and just say any chance. Any chance you know how to do something. Or you can say, would you mind? Notice you need the gerund. Would you mind showing me how to export this document? Let's try this right now. Would you mind commenting, let's go, let's go, let's go in the comments, because it would really help me. And this is another way of saying, I need help. Would you mind? Would you mind commenting? Let's go in the comments. I love this one. Do you have a sec? A sec is short for second, so a short period of time. Do you have a sec to help me out? So notice I'm using to help me out. And then if you want to specify the something, you can say with this document. So let's try this one too. Do you have a sec to help me out by liking this video? It will only take a second, so like this video. And don't worry about taking notes because I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. I'm sure every day you say, I don't understand. You can say, I don't get. I don't get, and then how to export this document if you want to use that. Get means understand in this context. This is a great one. I'm having trouble. This is in the present continuous because it's taking place now. This is a gerund expression. I'm having trouble exporting the document. You can also use the preposition with. I'm having trouble with, and then something, a noun. I'm having trouble with the document.
I'm still having trouble with English.
How about this one? I'm not entirely clear on how to export this document. So notice, entirely intensifies it. I'm not entirely clear on how to export this document. Or you can simply say, I'm struggling. Again, in the present continuous, it's happening now. I'm struggling, infinitive. I'm struggling to understand this, whatever that is. Every day you probably say, I need more time. You can also say, I'm not going to make the deadline. Native speakers love using make as a replacement to achieve or obtain. In this case, achieve the deadline. I'm not going to make the deadline. You could say we need to push back, which means postpone the deadline. So you can use the phrasal verb push back, or you can use the verb postpone. You can say, I'm running behind. Now you run behind on something. I'm running behind on the project. Again, the present continuous is taking place now. How about this one? We need to buy some time with the client. Do you know what this means? Buy some time. This is like saying we need to stall or delay the client so we can create more time. That's buying more time. You create the time.
I just needed to buy some time.
I'm sure every day you say, I'm really busy. You can say that. You can also say, I'm swamped. Notice that pronunciation, that ED is a soft T. I'm swamped. And you need the verb to be. It's to be swamped. I am swamped right now. I was swamped yesterday. Now you can continue on and say with the project or because of. If you use because, you also need that preposition of. I'm swamped because of the project. You can say the project is taking up all my time. So here, the phrasal verb to take up means to consume, use, or occupy, and notice it's in the present continuous because it's taking place now. I love this one. My schedule or my calendar is jam-packed this week. Natives love saying this, jam-packed. And notice that packed, a soft T at the end, packed. Now the jam is optional. You can simply say packed, which means very busy. Adding jam makes it sound more natural and also intensifies it.
Well, our schedule is pretty packed.
You can say things are really hectic right now. So simply using hectic instead of busy to give you a more advanced alternative. Repeat after me, hectic. Hectic. And you can modify that by saying really hectic right now. Are you enjoying this lesson? If you are, then I want to tell you about the Finally Fluent Academy. This is my premium training program where we study native English speakers from TV, movies, YouTube, and the news so you can improve your listening skills of fast English, expand your vocabulary with natural expressions, and learn advanced grammar easily. Plus, you'll have me as your personal coach. You can look in the description for the link to learn more, or you can go to my website and click on Finally Fluent Academy. Now let's continue with our lesson. I'm sure every day you say, what's your opinion? You can say, what's your take on this? Now, if the topic is obvious, you can just say, oh, I think AI is a really positive development. What's your take? Or you can simply add, what's your take on this being the topic of AI.
What is your take on this?
To sound a little more advanced and professional, you can say, what's your perspective? What's your view, point of view, or viewpoint? So many different alternatives. And again, you can say on this or not. It's optional. You could say more casually, how do you see this? I see this as being a positive thing, but what about you? How do you see this? Now, to answer, just remember those preposition differences because you would say in my opinion, or you would say from my perspective, from my viewpoint. So get those prepositions right. Now, every day you might say, especially if you're a parent, that's not a good idea. You can say, I'm not sure about that. This is a more indirect, it adds some doubt around it. And you can also say, I'm not too sure about that to make it sound less severe, more indirect. In a more professional setting, you can say, I have some concerns about something about the conference, or you could say, I have some reservations, or I have some doubts about the conference. You can ask someone, have you thought about? Have you thought about? This is a gerund expression. Have you thought about canceling the conference? I have some reservations about the attendance. Or you can say before we move forward, which means before we take action, before we move forward, we need to consider, and then something. We need to consider the cost. Hopefully every day you're presented with great ideas and you can say, that's a great idea. Instead, you can say, I can get behind that idea. Now, to get behind something means that you support it. This is a very natural expression. You can say to someone, you're really on to something. If someone is on to something, it means they're moving in the right direction. They're making progress.
I really think you're onto something here.
Or you can say, that's spot on, that's spot on. Simply, you can say 100%. Now notice native speakers pronounce this as 100, not 100%. It's unstressed, 100%. Native speakers love simply replying with 100%. This is the same as that spot on, 100%. This means that's completely correct, accurate, or I completely agree. You work every day and there are meetings taking place every day. So you might say or hear, let's meet to discuss this. Instead, you can ask, are you free to go over this? So to go over something means to review it. And when you review something, you generally discuss it as well. Now, you could also say, when are you free? When are you free? So you're asking for a specific date. You can ask, can we touch base on this soon? So if you touch base on something, it means you discuss it. You connect with someone to discuss something specific. You can be very specific and say, does Monday at 11 a.m. work for you? Now you can include the topic and say work for you to discuss this if you want, but that's optional. Or you can simply say, let's set aside some time. If you set aside time, it means you allocate it, you reserve it. Let's set aside some time to iron out the details. To iron out is a great phrasal verb. It means to finalize or to resolve if things are in a state of uncertainty or conflict even.
Yeah, just ironing out the last details.
Now I'm sure you say, let's start every day. Let's start the project. Let's start making dinner, whatever it is. Instead, you can say, let's get the ball rolling. So to get the ball rolling is an idiom that means to start. This is another common idiom. Let's hit the ground running. Now, if you hit the ground running, it means you start, but you start with a lot of enthusiasm and energy. So it's a very positive idiom. Or you can simply say, let's do it. Let's do it. So someone might ask you, should we start dinner now? And instead of saying, let's start, you can say, let's do it.
Let's do it, E. Let's do it.
Or you can say, let's get going, let's get moving, let's get cracking. So notice you use get for all three of these options, and then the next verb is in the ing form. Or you can use something that will make you sound very natural in a fun, casual way. You can say, it's go time, which means it's time to start. Every day you may need to cancel plans and say, I can't attend the meeting, the conference, the party, the appointment, whatever it is. Instead, you can say, I can't make. Remember that verb make? In this case, it means attend. I can't make the meeting. Or natives love saying, oh, I can't make it. It representing the meeting or the party or the appointment. You can say, sorry, I have a scheduling conflict. So this means you have another appointment or meeting at the exact same time.
It was an unavoidable scheduling conflict.
Or you can say, sorry, I'm already booked, which again means you have another meeting at the exact same time. You can say, unfortunately, I have another commitment. That is a more formal and professional way of saying, sorry, I can't make it. Or you can simply state, I'm not free, I'm not available at that time. And you can be specific about the time as well. Instead of saying they work well together, you can say they have a strong rapport. Notice that T is silent. They have a strong rapport or strong relationship. You can say they're close-knit. Notice the K is silent. Close-knit. And you need the verb to be. They're close-knit. Or you can use close-knit as an adjective and say they're a team, a close-knit team. You could use a different noun, you could say they're a close-knit family, they're a close-knit group of friends, for example.
These are close-knit communities.
Or you can say they have a positive working relationship, they have a supportive working relationship. You can also say they complement each other. If two things complement each other, it means they go well together, like cookies and a glass of milk. They complement each other. So two people can go well together, they complement each other. So let's talk about greetings and small talk. You need to start using how's it going. This is the greeting in North America. How's it going?
How's it going?
How's it going?
But make sure you get that pronunciation. How's it? Zit. How's it? How's it going? Repeat after me. How's it going? You can also say long time no see. Long time no see. For example, Jennifer, long time no see. I was on vacation, so I couldn't watch your lessons. So you can provide the reason why it's been long time no see.
Long time no see.
So I hope you're not saying that, because I hope you're watching my lessons every week. If you are, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. How about this one? What have you been up to? Now you can also say lately or recently, but they're optional.
What have you been up to?
Now, up to means doing. What have you been doing? So this is in the present perfect continuous. This is how you greet someone. How's it going? Long time no see. What have you been up to? You can use all three at the same time. Now, you can also say nice to see you again. Instead of nice, you can say great, lovely, wonderful, or simply good. Good to see you again. Now, notice I didn't use the subject or verb. It is. In spoken English, it's. It's nice to see you again. You can just drop that in casual spoken English.
Nice to see you again.
Or you can ask someone, how's your day been so far?
How's your day been so far?
Now, this is the same as how's your day been going so far. We just don't include the verb because it's obvious. Now let's talk about asking about preferences and opinions. Number 6, how does that sound to you? You need to know this one. So for example, how does going on vacation sound to you? So instead of that, you can specify the something and it's a gerund. Or you can use a noun. How does a vacation sound to you?
How does that sound?
You can ask someone, are you more of a coffee person or a tea person? Now here the structure is, are you more of a noun or noun? Morning person or night person? Stay in person or go out person? Now you don't have to use the word person. A noun could be, are you more of a spender, someone who spends money, or a saver, someone who saves money? How about this? Would you rather? Would you rather? And then you need a base verb. Would you rather stay in or go out? So would you rather base verb or base verb?
Would you rather fly or would you rather drive?
You can say, would you rather have sushi or pizza? Watch a movie or go dancing? Number 9, how do you feel about that? This is a great one to have. How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
How do you feel about that?
Or number 10, what do you think about that? Now for both 9 and 10, you would use a gerund or a noun. For example, how do you feel about going dancing tonight? Or what do you think about a walk? So a walk is the noun. What do you think about a walk tonight?
What do you think about that?
Now let's talk about expressing preferences and opinions. Number 11, honestly, I think it's great.
Honestly, I think you look great.
So you could say, I think going, the gerund verb, going on vacation is a great idea, but you can just use great to represent a great idea. Or number 12, to be honest. To be honest. I'm not a big fan of it. So you can use honestly or to be honest interchangeably. And notice, to be a fan of, after you would use a noun or gerund.
To be honest, I'm not a big fan.
Number 13, I use this one every day, is totally your call. If something is your call, it's your decision, so you decide.
Totally your call.
Or number 14, I'd go with this one. So I would go with, and then in spoken English, I'd go with. This means I would support or I would choose, and then you can specify the noun.
Let's go with this one.
Number 15, I get where you're coming from. Or I totally get where you're coming from if you want to make it stronger. And this means I understand your opinion or perspective.
I get where you're coming from.
Now let's talk about apologizing. Number 16, sorry about that. Sorry about that. So notice I dropped the I am and simply said sorry about. And then if you use a verb, you would use the gerund verb. Sorry about spilling coffee on your white rug.
Sorry about that.
You can simply say, my bad, my bad. This is a more informal way.
My bad, my bad.
You can say, I didn't mean to. And then if you want, you can continue, I didn't mean to spill coffee.
I didn't mean to.
Or number 19, simply a sound, whoops, whoops. That's the sound we make when we do something like spill. Whoops, sorry.
Oops, sorry.
Or number 20, I love this one, I'll make it up to you. Do you know what this means? I'll make it up to you. This means I'll rectify, so correct, or I'll compensate for this mistake. For example, sorry about spilling coffee on your white rug. I'll make it up to you. So how could I do that? Well, I'll clean it myself, I'll clean your rug, or I'll pay for it to be cleaned. I'll compensate you. I'll make it up to you.
I'll make it up to you. I'll make it up to you.
I'll make it up to you.
Now let's talk about saying thank you. Number 21, thanks a bunch, a bunch. This is a casual and friendly way to say thank you or thank you so much.
Thanks a bunch.
Number 22, I really appreciate it. So notice here, you don't use the words thank you, it's implied.
I really appreciate it.
I really appreciate it.
Number 23, you're the best, thanks. Or you can just say, you're the best. This is one of my personal favorites.
Thank you, you're the best
Number 24, I can't thank you enough. This sounds like a strong thank you.
I can't thank you enough.
It's like saying thank you very much. And my absolute personal favorite is number 25, you rock. You rock. Just do not say you are rock because the sentence structure is to rock. You rock. You rock. Put that in the comments. You rock.
You rock!
Let's move on and talk about reacting to news and surprises. Number 26. Are you serious? Are you serious? You can also simply say seriously or really.
It's seriously? Are you serious?
Number 27, no way, no way. Remember, this is news or surprise, so you need to add some enthusiasm. No way.
No way, no way, no way.
28, that's unbelievable. That's unbelievable. This is an alternative to saying, I can't believe it. That's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
Number 29, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me.
You've got to be kidding me.
Or number 13, wow, I didn't see that coming. I love this one. Wow, I didn't see that coming. You could also say, no way, I didn't see that coming. Or seriously, I didn't see that coming. And to not see something coming means you were not expecting it. Just know that all of these expressions can be used for positive or negative surprises. It depends on the context. For example, you bought me a new car. That's very positive, right? I just got a new car for free. You bought me a new car. Wow, I didn't see that coming. I didn't expect it. Or how about this? You're breaking up with me? Seriously? You've got to be kidding me. So if you're breaking up with me, it means you're ending our romantic relationship. You've got to be kidding me. So that's a negative. Or how about this? You got fired. I can't believe it. That's terrible. I'm so sorry. Or you got promoted. I can't believe it. That's incredible. Congratulations. So again, it depends on context how you use these.
Wow, I didn't see that coming.
Now let's talk about making social plans. 31, are you free tonight?
So are you free tonight?
Do you want to hang out this weekend?
Do you want to hang out this weekend?
So to hang out, this means to spend time together socially. 33, let's get together this weekend. So the phrasal verb to get together means to come together as a group. Or how about this? How about we grab coffee after work? So here, grab is an informal way of saying get or have, but it is extremely common. Now, you grab a meal, a food item, or a drink item. For example, let's grab lunch today, a meal. Or are you free to grab a bite? A bite represents food. Are you free to grab a bite tonight?
How about we go grab some coffee?
Number 35, we need to catch up.
Wow, we need to catch up.
To catch up, this means to spend time sharing news and information. So I could say, we need to catch up. Are you free tonight? Now let's talk about asking for help. Could you give me a hand with this?
Give me a hand with this, Dallas.
Or you can say, can you lend me a hand? Now, after with, you would use a noun or a gerund. So you can say could or can. Could is slightly more formal. Could or can you lend or give me a hand with something, dinner, or with doing something, with making dinner? Number 38, do you mind? Notice we need the gerund. Do you mind driving me to the airport? You can also say, would you mind doing, gerund, doing me a favor? Notice that collocation, you do someone a favor. Number 40, I could really use your help. This sounds like a serious request.
Hey, would you do me a favor?
Would you do me a favor?
Now let's talk about offering help. 41, let me know if you need a hand. A hand means help or any help.
Just let me know if you need a hand.
42, I'd be happy. I'd be happy to help. I'd be happy to lend you a hand. So notice I would means I'd be happy to lend. So the infinitive, to lend you a hand.
I'd be happy to help you.
Or you can say, if you need anything, just ask.
If you need anything, just ask.
I'm here if you need anything. This sounds very inviting. I'm here. I'm here if you need anything, or I'm here if you need me.
If you need anything, I'm here, okay?
Number 45, don't worry, I've got your back.
Don't worry, I got your back.
This sounds the most supportive. Don't worry, I've got your back. This means I'm here to support you, I'm here to help you, and it sounds very strong. I've got your back. Let's talk about saying goodbye. You can say bye and then add on take care, or you can just say take care.
Take care.
You can, of course, say see you later. And again, you can say bye, see you later, take care. You can combine those together. And instead of later, you can be specific. See you soon, see you tomorrow, or even at a specific event or place. See you at the movies. Take care.
See you later. See you later.
Number 48, have a good one. This is a very casual expression. I hear it a lot with service providers when you're at the grocery store and you leave, they say, have a good one. Have a good one. Now, instead of one, you can say day, night, evening, or afternoon. One is generic. It represents all time references.
Have a good one.
Or 49, talk to you soon, talk to you soon. And then again, instead of soon, you can say later, tomorrow, at the movies, whatever specific time or place.
Talk to you soon.
And number 50, drive safe. Drive safe. Now, this only works if the person is driving, if they are the one behind the steering wheel. If that isn't the case, you would change it to safe travels. So notice drive safe, but if you change it, you say safe travels. And safe travels you can use if the person is driving as well.
Drive safe.
Amazing job. Now at the intermediate level, you understand your teacher and formal English like the news. At the advanced level, you understand natives on TV, movies, YouTube, and in the real world. So now you'll improve your listening skills so you can understand natives in any situation. Here are your instructions for the entire lesson. First, I'm going to say a sentence 3 times, and you need to write down exactly what you hear word for word in the comments. Next, I'm going to explain exactly what I said, and I'll explain the pronunciation changes that take place in fast English, and I'll explain the expressions that I used as well. Are you ready? Here we go. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. I said, looks like we're back to square one. Did you get that one? Let's talk about the pronunciation changes. Notice the contraction, were. This is we are as a contraction, were. Now, notice how unstressed my pronunciation is. It sounds like were, not we're, were. This is how native speakers say it at a natural pace. We're back, we're back, we're back. We're back to, this sounds like t in real English, t. We're back to square one. We're back to square one. Now, what does this mean? To be back to square one. Well, square one on a board game is the beginning of a board game. So when you're back to square one, it means you're back to the beginning. And you're back to the beginning, the start, because you tried something and it didn't work. So you had a failed attempt and you have to try again. Looks like we're back to square one. It looks like we have to start again from the beginning because our first attempt failed. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I said, I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. First, let's talk about don't know. At a natural pace, this sounds like don't know, I don't know, I don't know, don't know, I don't know. I don't know if we can, notice here, we can trust. When can is the auxiliary verb, so it's not the main verb, we reduce this to kin, and it's very unstressed sound. I don't know if we can trust, if we can trust. And notice you hear trust more because it's the main verb, and can, which sounds like kin, is very short, can trust, can trust. I don't know if we can trust her. Now, here we can get rid of that H sound and it just sounds like trust her. But then you combine it to the word before, trust her, trust her, trust her. I don't know if we can trust her. This is a contraction for she is she's pretty wishy-washy. What does wishy-washy mean? To be wishy-washy, this is when you have no clear or consistent ideas or decisions. We generally use this as an adjective to describe someone who changes their mind, changes the decision that they make frequently. So that's why you don't know if you can trust her, because she says she's going to come to your party or help you move, but because she's wishy-washy, tomorrow she might change her mind and say, oh, actually, I'm not coming to the party, or I'm not going to help you move. But then maybe the next day she changes her mind again and she does come to your party. She's wishy-washy. I don't know if I can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. I said, you got to give him props. He's a real trooper. You got to sounds like gotta. You gotta give him. Same thing we saw with her. Get rid of the H and it will sound like im. But you can combine it to the word before. Give 'em, give 'em, give 'em. You gotta give him props. This is a contraction. He's a real trooper. Now, what does this mean? To give someone props, this is when you give someone respect, credit, or recognition. So let's say a coworker of yours gets a really big client. Well, if you want to give your coworker credit or recognition, you could say, oh, we gotta give him props. And then you can celebrate his big achievement. Let's talk about he's a real trooper. When you describe someone as a trooper, to be a trooper, this is someone who perseveres through hardship or difficulty. So they persevere, they keep going, they don't give up, they don't quit, they persevere. And this is why you gotta give him props, because he didn't quit, even though it was difficult, because he's a real trooper. Our next listening exercise, I'll say it 3 times. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. I said our successes and failures were writ large. Notice our. I did not pronounce this as our. I said R. A very reduced sound, R. Our successes, our successes. Our successes and failures. Here, and, when and comes between 2 nouns or even 2 verbs, we reduce it to n. Our successes and failures. Coffee and tea, successes and failures. Our successes and failures were writ. Did you spell this starting with a R or with a W? The W is silent, just like in the word write. The W is silent. But in spelling, it's there. In pronunciation, it isn't. Writ large. What does writ large mean? This is an adjective that simply means to be very obvious. So our successes and failures were very obvious. Why is that? Perhaps we work for a public company, and when we fail, the general public knows we failed. But also when we succeed, the general public knows we succeeded, because our successes and failures are writ large. They're very obvious. Are you ready for your last listening exercise? I'll say it 3 times. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. I said, with a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. Did you hear that contraction? It'll. It will sounds like it'll. It's a very soft sound. It's easy to miss that will. It'll be. But without it, the sentence wouldn't be grammatically correct. If I said it be, that isn't correct. It will be. It'll be. It'll be good to go. Just like we saw before, to is a reduced sound, an unstressed sound, to. Good to go, to go, good to go. What does this mean? With a few tweaks, tweaks are changes, small changes. So let's say you're writing a report and your boss or coworker wants you to remove this section and add this information. That would be a tweak. You need to make a small change, a tweak. With a few tweaks, with a few changes, it'll be good to go. When something is good to go, it means it's ready. And we use this in two contexts, ready to leave or ready to start doing something. So let's say you and your friend are going to the movies. Your friend could text you and say, good to go? Are you ready to leave? And in this case, it could be, are you ready to leave your house to meet me at the movies? Good to go? Good to go? We use this a lot as native speakers. In this context, it'll be good to go. Something can also be good to go in the context of it's ready to start doing something. For example, the new website will be good to go on Monday, which means the new website will be ready to start doing something, ready to start receiving visitors, ready to be available to the public. The new website will be good to go on Monday. Now, the new website as a subject is it. So if you already know you're talking about the website, you can say it'll be good to go. Now let's do an imitation exercise so you can practice these natural pronunciation changes and practice these new expressions. I'll say each sentence again 3 times in a row, and I want you to imitate my pronunciation. Try to say it just like me, get all those pronunciation changes. And I want you to say this out loud. So you can do this as many times as you like to practice. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. Looks like we're back to square one. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. I don't know if we can trust her. She's pretty wishy-washy. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. You gotta give him props. He's a real trooper. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. Our successes and failures were writ large. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. With a few tweaks, it'll be good to go. Great job! Now at the intermediate level, you understand teaching materials, like a story written in the past simple to practice the past simple. At the advanced level, you understand real-world materials like the news that use all verb tenses at once. So now let's read a news article together on an interesting but advanced topic. Our headline, chatbots are replacing therapists faster than anyone expected. Let's look at this classic comparative phrase here, faster than. You may know that there are 2 ways to form the comparative. You can add ER to the adjective, or you can use more plus adjective. So let's use 2 examples. Prices are rising faster than anyone expected, or you could also say predicted. So here our verb is to rise, and it's in the present continuous because it's taking place now. It doesn't have to be. You could say prices rose and see it as a completed action. However, in this case, it's in the present continuous, means this is taking place now. So fast is a short word, and you generally add ER to 1 syllable or short words. Now let's take expensive, which is 3 syllables. You generally use more plus adjective. So I could say the hotel, because instead of prices, which is general, I would use something specific, such as the hotel is more expensive than I expected. So this than I expected or than anyone, this is general. It includes all people, and you have your expectation and then you have reality, and this is used to show they're different. Notice here I used expected or predicted. They're similar but not exactly the same. The noun form is an expectation. This is the adjective form, expected. So as the word, it means based on feeling or belief. So I expected I would do better. So it's based on more of my feeling or my belief, maybe based on past experience. A prediction, so here predicted is the ED form, the noun is a prediction. This is more based on data or analysis. So I could say, I studied all the hotel prices in the area, and this is more expensive than I predicted. So I looked at the data or analysis. Coming back to our comparative phrase, maybe you're thinking right now, learning English with the news, what you're doing right now is helping me improve my English faster than I expected. You could also use than I predicted if you want to make it sound like it's more based on analysis or data, but I used expected because it's more based on a feeling, belief, and your life experience. Now, you could add on, and it's more fun too. So it's more fun than I expected. I put a star here because you may realize that fun is a short word. It's a 1-syllable adjective. So this is an exception to the rule. We don't say funner, although you will hear native speakers say that. It's more fun. So this is an exception to the general guideline on versus more adjective. And do you agree with that? Learning English with the news is a fast and fun way to improve your English. If you do, put that's right, put that's right in the comments. And don't worry about taking notes. I summarize everything in a free lesson PDF. You can find the link in the description. Now let's continue with the article. While we're not short on divisive topics in 2025, there are valid reasons as to why we're turning to chatbots for emotional support. Let's stop here because there are already some phrases I want to teach you. While we're not short on divisive topics, do you know what a divisive topic is? Well, this comes from the word divide. So it's a topic that divides people. So it's controversial or it's a heated topic. People have strong beliefs about it. That would be a divisive topic. Now let's look at the expression to be short on something. In this case, the something is divisive topics, topics that divide people. Now, if you're short on something, it means you have a limited amount or not enough of something. But notice here, this is in the negative. So it's saying we're not limited in the number of topics that divide people. This expression is used in everyday speech in both a casual and professional context. So someone might call you and you say, "Can I call you later? I'm short on time." So you're letting them know you're not able to talk right now because you don't have enough time. Your time is limited. So it's very common to be short on time, money, ideas, patience, many intangible things, and then tangible things as well. While we're not short on divisive topics in 2025, there are valid reasons as to why we're turning to chatbots for emotional support. Let's talk about this: to turn to someone or something. To turn to means you go to someone or something, in this case a chatbot, for help, advice, or support. For example, she turned to her team for support because she was short on time. So she didn't have enough time, she felt overwhelmed, so she relied on her team. She went to her team and said, "I need your help. I need your support. Can you help me? Can you help me complete this project?" She turned to her team. You don't have to include this for support. If you just say she turned to her team because she was short on time, it would be implied that she was going to her team for either support, help, or advice. So if you want to be specific, you can, but you don't even need to include it. So here they were specific. Notice the preposition is for something. So for support. And then what type of support? There could be financial support, but in this case, it's emotional support. So support for your emotional well-being. And why people are also very much against it. So against what? Against turning to chatbots or replacing therapists with chatbots. So notice you can be against something. You're for something, which means you support it, or you're against something, which means you oppose it. Against is a preposition, so if you had the noun form, you would need the gerund verb. Against replacing therapists with chatbots. Now, if you use opposed, which has the same meaning, and you specified the subject, you also have to use to, which is a preposition, so you would still need the ing form. People are also very much opposed to replacing therapists with chatbots, but both of these can be replaced with it because a gerund phrase is conjugated as it. So opposed to it, against it. Now remember, to be against something, you need your verb to be, which is here. The opposite is to be for something, the preposition for. So you need your verb to be because it's to be for something. Some people are for it, for replacing therapists. Now, if you use the word support, you would just say some people support it. The next part of the article is a question. So how willing are you to embrace this new form of therapy? And of course, the new form of therapy is using chatbots instead of a human therapist. And embrace, this sounds like you will accept it and you will willingly accept it. You will enthusiastically accept it. So that would be embrace. Now, in a reply to this how willing, in the highest, you can say, I'm highly willing or very willing. You could also use extremely. Now, you could end it at willing, or you could add on to try this. If you're more in the middle, more neutral, you can say, I'm somewhat willing to try this. Now, if you're at the lowest end, you're opposed to it, to make it negative, you would say, I'm not at all willing to try this. This sounds the most negative. If you just said, I'm not willing to try this, this sounds less negative than not at all. So adding those two words intensifies your unwillingness. You could also say, I'm unwilling. You can make willing negative and say, I'm unwilling to try this. Let's continue. With the technology developing and evolving faster than the academic community can study and publish evidence-based studies on it, there's nonetheless a growing body of expert commentary surrounding AI large language models. LLM is the common abbreviation, and their ability or lack thereof. So they're talking about the technology of chatbots. Now here, notice that comparative again, faster than something else. Now you could say quicker. Rapid is a common adjective as well. And even though this is a short 2-syllable adjective, it uses more. So I put an asterisk here because you can also think of it as an exception to the guideline of short adjectives use but this one is more rapid than the academic community can study and publish evidence-based studies on it, the it being the technology, the development of the technology. Now there's nonetheless. Nonetheless is there because it introduces a contrast or exception. So it lets you know that the next point is going to be a contrast to what was just said. You're familiar with other connectors, I'm sure, like although, however, but is a more casual one. Nonetheless is a more academic or formal connector. You can say, I'm short on time. I can help you nonetheless. Or you could say, I'm short on time, but I can help you. That's a more casual, everyday way of saying it. Although I'm short on time, I can help you. This sounds a little more formal than but it still sounds casual and conversational. Nonetheless, does sound quite formal. There's nonetheless a growing body of expert commentary surrounding AI large language models. So the commentary represents things that people are saying. So it could be they're going on podcasts or the news and verbally saying that large language models can be beneficial for therapy. They're writing it in academic journals and articles. So commentary can be both verbal or written. Let's look at this part and their ability. So the ability of chatbots or lack thereof. Ooh, do you know what this means? This is a great expression to know. It's commonly used in more formal sounding speech, but it is used in everyday conversations as well. Or lack thereof means the thereof represents the lack of whatever was just mentioned. So in this case, what was just mentioned was the ability of LLMs, large language models. So it's saying their ability or lack of ability. And then you can just replace that with lack thereof. Here's an example of how we would use this expression in everyday speech. In a meeting, someone might say, we need to discuss the project timeline or lack thereof. So they state it as a positive, discuss the project timeline, but then they add on or lack thereof to say, because we don't have a project timeline. We need to discuss the fact that there isn't a project timeline. So it's often added after to say that there's an absence or lack of this. Now let's review this part. Their ability, so the chatbot's ability or lack of ability, lack thereof, in replacing real human trained psychologists. Much like the broad reasons people use chatbots. So broad means there are many different reasons that people use chatbots. Instead of broad, you could say diverse to mean there are many different reasons, or you could say wide-ranging. Much like the broad reasons people use chatbots, employing them as a digital therapist is also multifaceted. Multifaceted in this context is more of a replacement to broad in the sense that there are many different reasons, but it can also mean many different features or components. So if you describe a chatbot as multifaceted, it sounds like it can do many different things. There are many different features, many different components. So it's another way of saying complex. Now notice here they're using the verb to employ in the ing form, employing them, so chatbots. In this case, employ means use, but it's not interchangeable for the verb use. I wouldn't say I employ my toothbrush every morning. I would just say I use my toothbrush. So employ means to use something for a specific purpose. So again, I wouldn't say I'm employing my pen, but I might say I employed my pen to build a tent. First thing I thought of. So I used it for a specific purpose in a very strategic way. So that's when you would replace the simple verb use with employ. To use for a specific purpose, often in a strategic way. Let's continue. In-person therapy is prohibitive. Prohibitive. So this comes from the verb to prohibit. As an adjective, it means that it prevents people, and it's usually because of cost. It could be because of the effort involved. It could also be because of the location. So learning English with a native English speaker may be prohibitive in your country or your town because you don't have access to one. So it could be because of location. Now, in-person therapy is prohibitive. Now they're telling you the reason why. Often to the segments of society that need it most. So the segments of society, this is just another way of saying there are certain groups or categories of people within society. A session costs between $100 and $300 US. So notice you say 100 and then after you verbalize the money sign as dollars. And the dollars has an S on it if it's more than one. Not 100, just $1, $2. So everything after $2 has that S on it when you verbalize the money sign. And this is why it's prohibitive. So you can say in-person therapy is prohibitive because of the high cost. Because of the high cost. So that's the reason why. And there's an and here. So we know they're providing an additional reason as to why it's prohibitive. And wait times. So the wait times refers to the time you have to wait for an appointment. Wait times to even see someone, so for an appointment, and hope they're a good fit can be months, something that's worsened following the pandemic. Okay, something, so this can be that is or that has. But I know it's that has worsened following the pandemic because this is an action that started in the past and it has an impact on the present. So it's the present perfect. Instead of saying that has worsened, you could also say that has become worse. Both of them are interchangeable. Now here, notice this is your verb to be. They are a good fit. Now they're talking about to see someone. So to have an appointment with a therapist. So this is the someone and the they represents the therapist. They are a good fit. If someone is a good fit, it means they are ideal for what you want or need. So for a therapist to be a good fit for me, they need to have the style of therapy that I prefer, the skills and experience that I require. They need to have the personality that I get along with, that I prefer. So it depends on many different things, but this is commonly used in a job interview. So you're reviewing resumes and you say, this person isn't a good fit. Maybe they don't have the education, maybe they don't have the experience. Now, maybe the resume, they look like a good fit, you have the interview, and then personality style isn't right. So you can say, they're not a good fit. Now the structure is to be, so that's your verb to be. Don't forget this article. And then you don't have to use good. You can use any adjective. She's a great fit, a perfect fit. She's an ideal fit. She's a terrible fit. She's a horrible fit for the management job. So for, and then a position, a role, or a situation. Let's continue. Online counseling with a human on the other end of the phone or laptop is somewhat more accessible. So remember we use this somewhat with willing. I'm somewhat willing. And remember I told you that makes it sound like more in the middle, more neutral. We had I'm extremely willing, I'm not at all willing, and I'm somewhat willing. So you can use this as a modifier for a choice like accessible. So it's extremely accessible. It's not at all accessible. It's somewhat accessible. So it's in the middle. Now notice here they just ended the clause, somewhat more accessible. Now you could continue on and use than if you wanted to provide the other side of the comparative. Online counseling is somewhat more accessible than in-person counseling. So this is the other part of the comparative. Now, if you didn't have this somewhat and you just said online counseling is more accessible, it sounds like it's a statement of fact. But if you say somewhat more accessible, it's reducing it. Let's continue. But a monthly subscription, so a monthly subscription to access online counseling with a human therapist can be in excess of $400. Remember, we verbalize this with an S. So in excess of means more than, can be more than $400. And that's why they use this modifier somewhat to make it sound less accessible, because remember that word we learned before, prohibitive, paying $400 per month for counseling would be prohibitive to many segments, groups, categories of society, of the population. For many, however, a chatbot offers an outlet for raw, honest discussion. Let's review outlet. An outlet, this represents an opportunity, and it's an opportunity to express thoughts, feelings, emotions. Now, we commonly use this if you're talking to a friend and you're telling them about how difficult things have been at work or at home, and you're just sharing your feelings in a very raw, which means unfiltered or honest, a raw, honest way, you can thank that friend or that colleague, that family member, and say, thanks for being my outlet. So my outlet, you're saying you are my opportunity to just express how I truly feel without thinking about what I'm saying. So that's my outlet. A lot of people use journaling, so writing down their thoughts, feelings, emotions, on a piece of paper or a Word document. So you can say journaling, the activity, is a great outlet, So this article is suggesting that the chatbot can be that outlet, that opportunity to express your thoughts, feelings, and emotions, which for now may be more beneficial than nothing. So again, here's a comparative. So beneficial is our adjective. more beneficial, because beneficial is a longer word. It's 3 or more syllables, so we use more beneficial than nothing, than doing nothing, or than saying nothing. So if you had the choice between keeping all your thoughts and feelings inside or talking to a chatbot may be more beneficial than nothing. If you include a verb, which is not required, but if you include it, it would be in the ing form, because than is a preposition. Chatbots, so notice here we have quotations, which means someone is saying this. Chatbots can provide a sense of anonymity. So this comes from the word anonymous, which means your name is, nobody knows your name. So if you publish a book and you don't provide your name, that would be anonymous. Or if you report some sort of wrongdoing at work, but you write a note and you don't sign the note, that's anonymous. So anonymity is a sense of nobody knows that you are the one sharing this information. And then confidentiality refers to the fact that that information will not be known outside of the conversation with the chatbot. Chatbots can provide a sense of anonymity and confidentiality, which can foster trust among individuals who may be hesitant to seek in-person help for their mental health concerns. Do you know what this verb means? So this is a verb, foster, to foster. Can is a modal. So after modal verbs, we use the base verb. So that's why you have this in the base verb, foster. There are many common synonyms. Foster is a more academic or formal sounding word. Some common synonyms are encourage trust, promote, build, develop, or support trust among individuals. Now, if they're hesitant, it means that, I don't really want to do this. I'm hesitant to do something. So you might be hesitant to speak in English, even though you know you should. And in this case, they may be hesitant to seek in-person help for their mental health concerns because it's uncomfortable to share your thoughts, feelings, and emotions in a very raw and honest way. And remember, this was a quotation. So here they're saying who said this. Noted researchers in this 2023 paper. Noted is a more formal way of simply saying said or claimed or even suggested would be other ways of saying that. Now the quotations begin again, and here is another transition word, furthermore. So I know they're going to provide an additional point or an additional reason. So if you're providing a list of reasons or a list of point, you can use furthermore instead of additionally. So furthermore sounds a little more formal, academic. Moreover is another choice that sounds more formal, academic. Casual ones are also, in addition. Additionally is another great choice. So these three are the more everyday casual ones. Furthermore, moreover are the formal ones. Furthermore, these chatbots can help reduce the stigma surrounding mental health. The stigma, this refers to disapproval or judgment by society. So it could be society as a whole, it could be your group of friends, your family, your coworkers, whatever social group it is. So it's a feeling of being judged or a feeling of shame, embarrassment because of something. Now the preposition, you can use surrounding mental health. You can also use the preposition around. So the stigma surrounding losing your job, or the stigma around losing your job, and make it easier for individuals who experience anxiety when visiting therapists. Of course, you can use and to connect two ideas. So the chatbots can do two things. It can reduce the stigma and make it easier. Now, we already use furthermore in this sentence, so you wouldn't use furthermore again here, but I want to show you, you could have two things and say chatbots can reduce the stigma, period. Furthermore, it can make it. So you could end this as a period and then start the next sentence with furthermore, but you would have to include the subject again because you need the full clause. So subject, verb, object. Furthermore, it can make it, and then the rest is the same, easier for individuals. So that's just an option where you can have two ideas. You can connect them with and, or if you want to sound more formal or academic, you can end a sentence and then start the next sentence with a transition word. Furthermore, also, in addition, additionally. And that's the end of the article. So what I'll do now is I'll read the article from start to finish, and this time you can focus on my pronunciation. Chatbots are replacing therapists faster than anyone expected. While we're not short on divisive topics in 2025, there are valid reasons as to why we're turning to chatbots for emotional support and why people are also very much against it. So how willing are you to embrace this new form of therapy? With the technology developing and evolving faster than the academic community can study and publish evidence-based studies on it, there's nonetheless a growing body of expert commentary surrounding AI large language models, LLM, and their ability, or lack thereof, in replacing real human-trained psychologists. Much like the broad reasons people use chatbots, employing them as a digital therapist is also multifaceted. In-person therapy is prohibitive, often to the segments of society that need it most. A session costs between $100 and $300 US, and wait times to even see someone and hope they're a good fit can be months, something that's worsened following the pandemic. Online counseling with a human on the other end of the phone or laptop is somewhat more accessible, but a monthly subscription can be in excess of $400. For many, however, a chatbot offers an outlet for raw, honest discussion and reflection, which, for now, may be more beneficial than nothing. Chatbots can provide a sense of anonymity and confidentiality, which can foster trust among individuals who may be hesitant to seek in-person help for their mental health concerns, noted researchers in this 2023 paper. Furthermore, these chatbots can help reduce the stigma surrounding mental health and make it easier for individuals who experience anxiety when visiting therapists. Wow, think of everything you've already learned. Now you'll get a proven 20-minute per day study plan to help you go or keep going from intermediate to the advanced level. Mistake number 1, focusing on language learner topics. One of the most common mistakes is sticking to beginner level topics like daily routines, hobbies, or favorite foods. These are great at the beginner level to learn the most common English words and grammatical structures, but sticking to these topics won't get you to the advanced level. In the real world, people discuss their work, relationships, opinions, current events, world issues, and personal interests. Imagine you're at a party. In the real world, is anyone going to ask you what time you wake up? At a job interview, will your future boss want to know your favorite foods? The conversations in the real world are way more diverse. So to reach that advanced level, you need a diverse range of vocabulary on a variety of topics. Mistake number 2, learning individual words instead of phrases. Please stop memorizing vocabulary one word at a time. Reaching the advanced level comes from knowing how words fit together in phrases, collocations, and idioms. Knowing knowing individual words won't help you if you can't use them to express your ideas in real speech. For example, almost all my students make mistakes with the word recommend because they only learned that word and not the grammatical structures required to use that word, and how to easily switch from one structure to another or one verb tense to another using that one word. You can easily double or triple your vocabulary by focusing on phrases instead of individual words. Mistake number 3, spending too much time on grammar. This one might surprise you. While grammar is important, obsessing over it can hold you back. Many learners spend hours perfecting tiny grammar details like the difference between on a team or in a team. In reality, these differences don't matter much in everyday communication. If you focus too much on grammar, you might avoid speaking altogether because you're afraid of making mistakes. Plus, you only have so much time per day. If you spend all that time on minor things like on a team or in a team, then you're not spending that time on expanding your vocabulary with phrases that you can use to communicate on a variety of topics. This reminds me of the Tony Robbins quote, "Most people major in minor things. Please don't be like most people." Mistake number 4, prioritizing exam preparation over real life use. If you need to pass an exam like the IELTS or TOEFL, then absolutely focus on it until you take your exam. But many students focus on these exams even though they have no intention of taking them. This isn't a problem unless you're using all your available study time on exam prep. Exams prepare you for specific scenarios that are more common in a classroom environment, but not in a real-world environment. And most exams highly focus on grammar, which can lead you to mistake number 3. In your daily life, you likely don't write a lot of academic essays. You likely have casual conversations on a wide variety of topics. Mistake number 5, overusing learner resources. Learner resources like my YouTube channel and English Learning Podcast are definitely helpful. Please keep watching my videos, but please don't only watch my videos. Watch TED Talks, read Time Magazine, read blogs, or listen to podcasts on topics that interest you, because you'll soon learn that understanding me in this video doesn't mean you can understand native speakers. And my YouTube channel is on language learning topics, which leads to mistake number 1. I do my best to use real-world English resources on a variety of topics. That's why every Monday I post a new Learn English with the News lesson. So make sure you subscribe if you haven't already. The more you expose yourself to natural English on a variety of different topics, the faster you'll reach that coveted advanced level. Mistake number 6, too much input. This is a big one. Many learners spend too much time reading, listening, or watching videos, which is language input. And they don't spend enough time speaking or writing, which is language output. Input builds understanding, output builds fluency. If you only consume English passively, you'll stay stuck at a lower level. Imagine learning how to cook by only watching cooking shows and never turning on your oven. Ridiculous, right? Aim for a ratio of 70% input and 30% output. So if your study session is 60 minutes in total, that's about 40 minutes of learning English and 20 minutes of using English. How does that compare to your current ratio of input and output? Mistake number 7, fear of making mistakes. One of the biggest barriers to fluency is fear. Fear of sounding silly, making mistakes, or being judged. You can't reach the advanced level without using your English. If fear prevents you from actually speaking in English with both native and non-native speakers, then you need to manage that fear. And obsessing over grammar won't help you overcome that fear. In fact, it's likely one of the reasons why you're so afraid. You have to use your English to be considered fluent. You can't go to a party and never open your mouth because of fear, or maybe you don't even go to the party because of fear. Don't let fear keep you stuck at that intermediate level. Getting to the advanced level also means realizing that you will make mistakes and have awkward situations because of your communication skills. So do I, and English is my native language. Mistake number 8, neglecting pronunciation. Pronunciation often gets overlooked, but it's critical for clear communication. Poor pronunciation can make it harder for others to understand you, even if your vocabulary and grammar are correct. So all that time learning vocabulary and grammar is wasted because you didn't communicate successfully. To improve your pronunciation, you need output, because only getting input doesn't give you the chance to practice and improve your pronunciation. Mistake number 9, ignoring cultural context. Language and culture are inseparable. Without understanding cultural nuances, learners often use English in ways that feel unnatural or inappropriate. Most students think that they should use C1 words in the real world, and that's the secret to sounding fluent and advanced. Most native speakers prefer phrasal verbs, idioms, and more casual speech in most situations. That's a cultural nuance. You might learn how to order a coffee in a textbook, but then get to a local cafe and realize that the native speaker in front of you used a totally different expression. That's a cultural nuance. Should you greet your boss with "How's it going?" Is that appropriate or inappropriate? That's a cultural nuance. Now you know some of the mistakes you might be making. Let's solve all of these mistakes with one study plan that you can complete in about 20 minutes per day. This 5-step study plan will help you learn real English in context with the right ratio of input and output. Step 1, daily real-world listening. Find a real-world English resource like a TED Talk, an interview, or a TV show. Choose topics that interest you or that are relevant to your daily life. Listen to 5 minutes of that resource. Your goal is to understand the overall idea, not to understand every word. Step 2, context-based vocabulary and grammar. Listen to the same clip again with subtitles and choose 2 to 4 words, idioms, or phrases that you don't currently know, but that you believe are commonly used. Write down the full sentence that contains your word, idiom, or phrase and study the grammar of the sentence. How is that word used in context? What does it mean in this context? Remember that most English words have multiple meanings depending on context. Learn the meaning in this specific context. Step 3, shadow and repeat. Now it's time to learn the correct pronunciation of this individual word and how the word sounds in fast speech. Listen to that sentence in the clip multiple times and repeat the sentence aloud each time. Record yourself and compare how you sound to how the clip sounds. You'll do this until you feel comfortable pronouncing the word and sound. This will likely take 5 to 20 repetitions. At the same time, you're improving your listening skills of fast English. Step 4, writing practice. Now you need more output. Write 3 to 5 sentences using your new word. Write different styles of sentences using different grammatical structures. Review your sentences to make sure they're correct. For this step, your focus is on grammar and your accuracy. Step 5, speaking practice. You still need more output. Now you can form natural sentences using your new vocabulary. For this step, your focus is on communicating, not accuracy. Making mistakes is okay, and they shouldn't prevent you from communicating. Think about how you can use this new word in a business meeting or at a party. The important thing is that you're forming realistic sentences that will help you communicate in the real world. I also recommend recording yourself speaking so you can listen back and see how it sounds. Now you can focus on accuracy and you can identify any areas for improvement. This will also help you get comfortable hearing your voice in English. And now, in only 20 minutes per day, you'll take your English from intermediate to advanced. You can watch this Learn English with the News lesson right now to start expanding your vocabulary on a variety of topics, and you'll learn full phrases in real context. Watch it now.